Hello. Yes, good morning. We're all able to hear you. How is everyone? Good morning, Professor Zoran. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning. We're all able to hear you.
The professor is excellent. Thanks for asking. We are going to wait for another 15 minutes or so, waiting for the other participants to join in. All right?
Okay.
Is there a registration somewhere we have to do, or we are already done?
No, you've already been registered. Everything's fine.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Predlažem da počnemo sa radom.
I suggest we start off.
Želim sve da vas pozdravim i da vam se zahvalim na učešću na našoj 9. tradicionalnoj naučnoj konferenciji.
I would like to welcome you and thank you all for participating in our 9th traditional scientific conference.
Na temu dizajniranje koordinata post-COVID ekonomije, globalni, regionalni i lokalni nivo, koja je zaista opravdana i koja treba da nas zaokupi najbolje radove koji će dati doprinos rastu ekonomije, odnosno zaustavljanju negativnih trendova ekonomije.
On the subject designing coordinates of the post-COVID economy, global, regional, and local level. This topic is relevant and hopefully will gather the best experts hoping to make a firm contribution in the times of post-COVID era.
Hoću da vam pozdravim uspješan rad na današnjoj konferenciji i da kažem da će najbolji radovi koji su prijavljeni za ovu konferenciju biti objavljeni u časopisu Economics u ovom broju i u sljedećem, a da oni radovi za koje su recenzenti imali oštrije kriterije, odnosno kritičke stavove, neće biti objavljeni jer nisu imali dovoljno kvaliteta.
I would also like you to wish all the best in our today's conference, and I would also like to point out that the best papers are going to be published in the scientific journal Economics. And I would also like to note that those papers that on the basis of some criteria were rejected by our expert reviewers are not going to be published in the aforementioned journal.
Malo statistike u vezi današnje konferencije. Ukupan broj prijavljenih radova za ovu konferenciju bio je 49.
And now I'm going to present you with some statistics regarding our today's conference. The total number of submitted papers is 49.
Radovi koji su prihvaćeni, dakle ukupan broj radova koji je prihvaćen je 21.
And the total number of accepted papers is 21.
Po mišljenju recenzenata i njihovih kritičkih stavova odbijeno je 28 radova.
According to our expert opinion given by our reviewers, a total number of 28 papers have been rejected.
Zaista mi je zadovoljstvo kazati da u današnjoj konferenciji učestvuje 37 autora koji dolaze iz 15 različitih država.
And it is my great pleasure to announce that the number of authors whose papers have been accepted and who are participating in our today's conference is 37, coming from 15 countries worldwide.
Hoću da nabrojim koje su to države. Dakle, Grčka.
I would also like to point out which countries our participants are coming from, and that is Greece, Serbia,
Turska,
Turkey, Oman,
India,
Italy,
Puerto Rico, Sjedinjene Američke Države,
the USA,
Bosna i Hercegovina,
Bosnia and Herzegovina,
Nigeria, Rumunija,
Romania,
Ujedinjeno Kraljevstvo,
the United Kingdom,
Argentina, Bangladesh, Saudijska Arabija.
the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Autori i njihovi radovi dolaze sa 5 kontinenata. Europa,
and the authors come from 5 different continents: Europe,
Azija,
Asia,
Sjeverna i Južna Amerika,
North and South America,
i Afrika.
and Africa.
Dakle, svima se zahvaljujem koji uzimaju učešće u ovoj konferenciji. A sada nekoliko podataka u vezi naše kategorizacije i klasifikacije naše same naučne konferencije.
And once again, thank you very much for all of you who are participating in the conference. And now I'm going to present you with some data and information regarding the categorization of our conference.
Naša vlada, naše ministarstvo za naučno-tehnološki razvoj i visoko obrazovanje klasifikovalo i kategorisalo našu naučnu konferenciju sa 17 bodova od mogućih 21 i kazalo da je po kategorizaciji naša konferencija međunarodna konferencija.
Our scientific conference has been categorized with the total number of 17 points out of the total 21 by our government and our ministry.
Dakle, mi se zovemo naučna konferencija Nova ekonomija u okviru koje svake godine utvrđujemo novu temu i definišemo temu u vezi usmjerenosti prema novoj ekonomiji.
So our conference is called Nova Ekonomia, and every year we endeavor to stress out the topics relevant to and that are relevant to the new trends in economy.
Mislim da smo postigli sjajan rezultat. Od mogući 21, 17 bodova sa tendencijom da će bodovi rasti u narednom periodu, a to smo postigli zajedno sa vama i vašim doprinosom i učešćem na našoj konferenciji.
I think we've done a great job so far, earning 17 out of total 21 points when it comes to the categorization of our scientific conference. And that is all owing to you who have made a firm contribution to this conference.
Ovo je sada, dakle, podaci u vezi same konferencije, to sam već rekao, dakle, broj prijavljenih radova 49, prihvaćenih 21, odbijenih 28.
As I mentioned earlier on, here on this slide, you can see the total number of submitted papers, as well as the number of papers that have been accepted and the authors of which are participating in the conference, as well as the number of rejected papers, according to the opinion of the expert reviewers.
Ovaj slajd pokazuje imena autora koji učestvuju na današnjoj konferenciji i koautora.
On this slide, you can see the names of all the authors participating in our today's conference, as well as the names of all the co-authors.
Ukupno 37.
And there is a total of 37 authors and co-authors.
Sljedeći slajd govori, odnosno o spisku država iz kojih autori dolaze. Evo još jedan put ću ih ponoviti.
On this slide, you can see the names of all the countries that the authors come from, and I'm going to read them out once again.
Dakle, 15 država, Sjedinjene Američke Države, Ujedinjeno Kraljevstvo, Porto Riko, Argentina i Grčka.
Okay, so 15 different countries: the USA, the United Kingdom, Puerto Rico, Argentina, Greece,
Turska, Italija, Rumunija, Oman i Srbija.
Turkey, Italy, Romania, Oman, Serbia.
Saudi Arabija, Bosna i Hercegovina, Bangladeš, Indija i Nigerija.
The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bangladesh, India, and Nigeria.
Ovo je sada jedan interesantan slajd koji govori o mapi naših autora koji su do sada pisali za naš časopis i zaista iskazali veliko povjerenje prema nama i vjerovanje u naš časopis. Dakle, pogledajte, ovo je mapa na kojoj se vidi da autori dolaze skoro sa svih strana svijeta, odnosno iz skoro svih država svijeta.
On this very interesting slide, you can see a map of all the authors who have published papers in our scientific journal. And as you can see, that the authors come from countries all around the world.
Hoću svima da se zahvalim autorima koji su pisali za naš časopis i onima koji će u buduće pisati za naš časopis.
And I would like to express my gratitude to all the authors who have published papers in our scientific journal so far, as well as to all the others who are going to do so in the future.
Sljedeći slajd govori o mapi naših recenzenata.
On this slide, you can see a map of all the countries that our reviewers come from.
Dakle, ova mapa pokazuje vidljivost našeg časopisa i govori o tome da naši recenzenti dolaze iz 50 država svijeta.
And this slide clearly shows the transparency of our scientific conference and journal, and you can see that our reviewers come from 15 countries worldwide.
Sarađuju sa nama i rade na visokom profesionalnom nivou.
And they've been cooperating with us, and the level of our cooperation has been quite high so far.
Zaista im se zahvaljujem i želim da se naša saradnja u buduće nastavi i unaprijedi što je moguće više i da naš časopis što je moguće prije dođe Opus i neke druge važne centre.
And I'm very thankful to them for this high level of collaboration, and I'm hoping that we are going to enhance it and make it even higher in the future.
I ovim ću završiti. Svim učesnicima se još jedan put zahvaljujem, želim uspješan rad i nadam se da će njihov rad dati doprinos našoj konferenciji, našem časopisu i unaprijediti rad i poslovanje našeg instituta u smislu uspostavljanja jačih i boljih međunarodnih veza u svijetu.
On a concluding note, I would like to express my gratitude once again to all the authors for making a great contribution to our scientific conference as well as our scientific journal. And I'm hoping that in the future they're going to make a great contribution to make even further contribution to our scientific journal.
Ostajemo i dalje otvoreni za sve naše prijatelje u smislu saradnje širom svijeta i radujemo se tome. Hvala vam svima i sretan rad.
And of course, in the future, we are going to be open when it comes to cooperating and collaborating with all the authors worldwide. Thank you once again, and good luck with our today's conference. And now I would like to introduce our first introductory speaker, and that is Professor Igor Županović, who also is one of the co-organizers, and he comes from the Faculty of Business and Tourism in Budva. Yes. Thank you, Professor Igor. The floor is yours.
First of all, my very big greetings to our friends of Oikos Institute and as well participants of the conference. I need to tell that we have a long-term cooperation, very successful, and let's say with both sides. And I would like to emphasize that this conference is specifically important because their subject it's in the focus of, let's say, all world's economy. This is post-COVID impacts and post-COVID outcomes of business, of overall business, but especially business related with services and as well as tourism sector, which we are integrated part. Namely, I think that conference will give outcomes and findings how we will bridge, let's say, this very difficult situation, especially, as I said, in tourism and trade business, but as well as overall economy business based on the let's say, world's projections. We have the most optimistic scenario that we will come up on the 2019 outcomes for at least 2 years. We need also to take into consideration that many countries need different approach in many things, but especially in tourism, namely structure of our previous emitting markets, structure of our guests, their discretion salaries, their wishes, their needs, their respecting of medicines protocols will be completely different. And we need to rely on completely different sources in that purpose. First of all, now we have also vulnerable many sectors, including banking sector, because because we have moratorium on credits in many countries, etc., etc. So I think that this conference will be very useful, that they will approach many aspects relating with this crisis, and they will give us very concise, precise, and concrete answers on questions which are important for all of us, especially, as I said, for these vulnerable categories. EMF and World Bank give us, as I'm talking about Montenegro, but as well tourism business in the world, some optimistic scenarios during this year, but it will not be enough to cover all this drop what we had in the previous year. So we need to be very careful, very strategically and operationally prudent, and in the future to cooperate more, to exchange opinions more. And I would like to emphasize that knowledge in that part, and this conference, such conference today, will be a base, will be fundament for many answers in the future. We need to, let's say, in parallel, handle health issues and economic issues, which will be very hard, but I assume after vaccination and after all this period, situation will be more stable. To conclude, my best wishes for all participants, and my best wishes to Mr. Mastilo and his cooperators in upcoming work and in our very successful cooperation. I'm very grateful what you give me opportunity to talk in this part of, in this session of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I would like to welcome our very, very special speaker who has been with us from the outset as one of the first international reviewers. So I would like to welcome Mr. Andrzej Niemiec. Thank you, Professor, from Poland.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me. It is a great honor to participate and to meet with you. I would like also to thank very much Professor Zoran Mastilo for our cooperation. I can see the development of our conference, and also about the articles and the journal. A few thoughts that I have in my mind about the situation that we have today. They are related with both elements. First of all, our leading theme is related with post-COVID situation. And this is the first element of our, this is, I suppose it should be first element of our future studies, because our regulators usually says that years after COVID crisis will determine the balance of power worldwide. In worldwide economy. We also expect that it will be oriented on a different sides. In European Union, we are focused on CSR activities, and our plan for recover is related with Green Deal plans and zero waste programs that we are trying to introduce. So this is first path that we can follow. But I can see also a different point of view. related with those countries that are trying to develop faster and faster, and they are trying to increase productivity. And from this increase of the productivity from the lowest possible level when we had during the crisis to the highest possible. So this is the second part I can identify in my observations. And I'm very curious what will be the best path for our development. So this is, I think, the most important task, because we can be involved in development of our countries. We can have something to say in choosing a right direction and helping our societies to improve our economy, but not only economy, I suppose, about also the environment and society. So I think this is the first field of our studies. It should be the first field of our studies, and this is a good situation that we can discuss these problems on this conference. But also I would like to share some thoughts about the situation that we have during COVID. This is also a part of this is important field of studies because we have evaluated in Poland that many corporations has increased funds spent on research and development, and many sectors were developing fast. There were many new inventions related with data science, related with internet technology. We introduced, for example, 3D scanners for scanning persons' bodies and for example, selling the clothes, selling the clothes. Also, that data science was improved. Many corporations choose internet distribution channels to succeed during COVID, and this was a great opportunity to introduce also data science, big data. So there is a lot of changes, and for Poland, it was a good saver for our economy, because at the beginning of pandemic, we were afraid about final results. Our economy, GDP, dropped by 3%. This is, I suppose, quite a good result. But I suppose we will recover fast, especially when our corporation will be unlocked and we will free our economy. So I suppose this is a great adventure for all of us that we can participate in recovery of our economies. I suppose we should try to invent new models. We should help our governors to make right choices and choose the good directions. So I think this conference is a very important part of our job, to share our ideas on the scientific field, and then to start share it to our governors and persons that are related to the recovery development plans. Thank you very much.
Hvala profesoru Andrezeju na lijepim pozdravnim riječima i na njegovom osvrtu na današnju temu, i hvala mu za svu dosadašnju saradnju sa Oikos Institutom. Sada dajemo riječ profesorki koja dolazi iz Rusije, Elena.
Thank you, Professor Andrzej, once again. And thank you for being with us so long and for giving us a critical review of our today's topic that is relevant to our institute. And next, we would like to introduce our a speaker who comes from Russia, Professor Okunkova Elena. And she's the Dean of the Marketing Faculty, Plekhanov Russian University of Economics.
Dear colleagues, I'm very glad to greet everyone on the opening of conference. Today I will be assisted by my Vice Dean, Professor Marina Holod. Thank you. Now I will continue in Russian. Уважаемые коллеги, поздравляю вас с открытием 9-й традиционной научной конференции по теме дизайн-координат постковидной экономики, глобальный, региональный и местный уровень.
Dear colleagues, I congratulate you on the opening of the 9th Traditional Scientific Conference on the topic Designing Coordinates of the Post-COVID Economy, Global, Regional and Local Level.
Данная конференция поддерживается многими солидными организациями и представляет значимое международное научное событие.
This conference is supported by many reputable organizations and represents a significant international scientific event.
Конференция затрагивает многие актуальные вопросы постковидной экономики, в частности, трансформации, структурные изменения экономики в постковидный период.
This conference touches upon many topical issues of the post-COVID economy, in particular transformation of structural changes in the economy in the post-COVID period.
Изменение структуры спроса на глобальных рынках, вопросы глобальных кризисов и рецессий.
Changes in the structure of demand in global markets, issues of global crisis and recessions.
Вопросы развития транспортной инфраструктуры.
Issues of development of transport infrastructure.
Формирование новых моделей потребления и другие вопросы.
The formation of new consumption patterns and other issues.
Я считаю, что основная цель проведения конференции заключается в обмене передовым опытом и знаниями в сфере экономики.
I believe that the main purpose of the conference is to exchange advanced experience and knowledge in the field of economics.
Надеюсь, что полученные результаты будут полезны всем участникам, в первую очередь современной экономической науки.
I hope that the results obtained will be useful to all participants and first of all to modern economic science, and the proposed recommendations will really find the application in practice.
И предложенные рекомендации действительно найдут свое применение в практической деятельности.
Yes, and the proposed recommendations will really find their application in practice.
Экономический университет имени Плеханова – ведущий экономический вуз в Российской Федерации. В нем обучается более 50 тысяч студентов, которые также вовлечены в исследования в рамках своего учебного процесса.
Our university, Plekhanov Russian University of Economics, is one of the leading economic universities in Russia, with almost 50,000 students, graduate students involved in economic research as well.
И очень важно, когда наши студенты через нас, благодаря таким конференциям, имеют доступ к новейшим научным знаниям.
And for us, it is very important that our students, thanks to such conference, have the access to highly ranked scientific knowledge.
А для меня честь представлять на этой конференции сегодня Плехановский университет.
I'm honored to represent Plekhanov Russian University of Economics in this conference.
Я еще раз приветствую всех участников.
I greet all the participants once again.
Желаю всем участникам и организаторам конференции плодотворной работы.
I wish all the participants and organizers of the conference fruitful
конструктивного диалога и эффективного взаимодействия.
constructive dialogue and effective interaction.
Спасибо. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I would like to thank Professor Elena on behalf of our host. And before I introduce our next speaker, I would like all the participants just to mute their microphones. Okay, thank you. And next, we would like to introduce Professor Nicola Fabris from the University or the Faculty of Economics in Belgrade, in Serbia. Professor Nicola, thank you. The floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, the coronavirus pandemic has hit almost every country in the world, spreading at an alarming rate and infecting millions of people around the world. It led to the greatest global economic crisis after the Great Depression from the previous century. A large number of industries in certain periods during the crisis completely stopped their business or significantly reduced the scope of activities such as tourism and transport. A large number of individuals lost their jobs or reduced incomes. The unemployment jump was high in all economies, and there is almost no economy that has been spared from the growth of unemployment. However, what is usually overlooked is the significant loss of working abilities and skills of individuals who will be employed for a longer period of time. Investment activity dropped significantly, which was expected in the conditions of high degree of uncertainty. The prices of certain products have experienced a real collapse, such as oil prices, on the one hand, leaving long-term consequences of these sectors, but on the other hand, facilitating the recovery of the countries importing these products. There has been a significant slowdown in foreign trade and international capital flows, especially foreign direct investments. A significant number of companies went bankrupt, thus worsening the unemployment and liquidity of their creditors. Underdeveloped countries were particularly affected by the decline in international remittances, the tightening of conditions in financial markets in the context of growing public debt, as well as the need for significant investment in the health sector. This is an event about which we have no experience in the recent or distant past. The last great pandemic was about 100 years ago. Therefore, there are no in advance prepared economic policy solutions. That is exactly the importance of this conference, to exchange experience of different countries, to consider the ideas of researchers, and to help everyone to overcome this crisis more easily. Therefore, I wish you successful work, and I'm sure that the papers presented at this conference will have a great impact on both economic theory and economic policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nicola, for this greeting speech. And now we would like to open up our plenary session. And we would like to introduce our first presenter, Professor Phoebe Kaundouri, coming from Athens University of Economics and Business in Greece. And Professor Kaundouri is a very prominent modern economist whose papers have been cited around 6,000 times. And she's going to give us a speech on the topic, the global sustainability transition. Professor Kandori, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay, great. We have just opened our plenary section, and you've been introduced. Okay, so we are all eager to listen to us giving us a speech on the topic, the global sustainability transition. Thank you.
I will share slides, right?
Okay.
Can I do that now?
Yes, you can.
How much time do I have?
You have around 20 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Let me know when I should start.
You can start right now if you want.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me here. It is indeed a very interesting point in time to think about how we want to recover from this huge non-linearity that has been caused by the pandemic. I usually start by the recent sustainability policy framework, the SDGs, the climate change agreement, the IPCC report in 2018 that indicated that we need to try to limit global temperature to a maximum increase of 1.5 degrees Celsius and no more. So a bit more stringent than what we agreed in 2015 in the Paris Agreement. And of course, then bringing the whole thing, downscaling the whole thing to Europe, the European Green Deal for access, climate neutrality by 2050, protecting human life and animals, from pollution, clean tech leadership for European companies and leaving no one behind. And of course, the European Climate Law and Climate Pact supporting the implementation of the European Green Deal that comes with a budget, 1 trillion, part of it coming from the EU budget and part of it hope to be leveraged by public-private partnerships. And of course, the European Green Deal becomes the new growth strategy of Europe and has to be implemented in alignment with the European semester process. And then, of course, you get the huge crisis, the coronavirus that created not just a pandemic, a health crisis, but also a huge economic crisis. So by 2019, we were trying to find ways to handle the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis that basically translates into increasing the frequency and the extent of extreme weather events and significant loss in biodiversity, which could be the main reason for the pandemic, bringing together and naturally close the animals, wild animals and people, and resulting in increased probabilities for zoonotic viruses to make the cross-species leaps leap to humans. So the coronavirus realized, and we have a huge recession deriving from this virus, and Europe has put together, like many other countries, an additional budget, additional to the multi-annual financial framework, an additional budget called Next Generation EU of 7 150 billion, most of it devoted to the Recovery and Resilience Facility. And the good news is that even after this huge non-linearity, this huge negative shock, the European growth strategy is still the Green Deal. The money from the recovery plan have to be committed to investments that are 37% climate mainstream, 20% digital mainstream, and they respect the do no significant harm principle to the environment. And of course, all the recovery and resilience plans within Europe are structured under the 7 flagship areas: power up, renovate, recharge and refuel, connect, modernize, scale up, reskill and upskill. These are the flagship areas that, if invested correctly, if we invest in them in a green and digital way, we can hope to achieve a recovery to a better pathway than the one we had before, a sustainable pathway. In addition, a few days before the end of 2020, the member state leaders agreed a 55% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, which it's an increased ambition compared to the 40% that was in place before. And it is now, since the 21st of April, supported by the European climate law, which is the first time that the political agreement and ambition for CO2 emissions is being transposed into law. The climate law again reflects the 55% reduction by 2030 and climate neutrality by 2050. And it, of course, focuses, gives priority on emissions reductions rather than removals. Another umbrella significant regulation package of measures that was also announced on the 21st of April, and together with the climate law are, to my mind, the basic enablers for the acceleration of the transition, is the EU taxonomy package of measures, which is an explicit taxonomy identifying which investment can be considered sustainable, and it is only investments that can prove that they contribute to climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, sustainable use and protection of water and marine resources, circular economy, pollution prevention and control, and biodiversity. This taxonomy is hoped to improve the flow of money and capital towards sustainable activities across Europe, across the European Union, and in this way enabling investors to reorient investments toward more sustainable technologies and business. The same package of measures also proposes a directive for corporate sustainability reporting, which will be audited and which will be electronically, digitally monitored. And lastly, it proposes 6 amending delegates acts on fiduciary duties, investments, and insurance advice to ensure that financial firms include sustainability in their procedure and their investment advice to clients. And of course, together with these 2 umbrellas, laws and regulations, we have a very active political policy scene where each of the 9 policies of the European Green Deal that have been announced in 2019 are now being drafted in separate documents: the biodiversity policy, the farm to fork policy, the renovation wave, the climate action related policies, the energy related policies, the circular economy related policies, the finance related policies, and of course policies that try to eliminate green washing, which is one important aspect of the whole story. Moreover, I would also like to showcase that some discussions are still unclear within the EU taxonomy. Nuclear energy is not included yet, and we are waiting expert opinion for the final decision. Natural gas is neither explicitly included nor excluded, and again we are waiting for expert opinion, although there is a suggestion for transitional role for natural gas. Bioenergy and forestry are included. Agriculture has a central role in mitigating the effects of climate change, but the final prescriptions will be made after the finalization of the common agriculture policy. Hydropower, it's included, and the criteria become more specific, and of course hydrogen has an important role, and it seems that Europe wants to become a hydrogen economy by 2030. Now, with regards to the global scenery, policy scenery, then I would refer, just to summarize it, to Joe Biden's climate change summit, which achieved to assemble world leaders representing 82 of the world carbon emissions, 73 of the world population, and 86 of the world economic output, to commit to bold climate action, aligning around the goal of decarbonization. Now, rapid decarbonization is feasible at low cost, lower than the use of fossil fuels, because we have huge technological advancements in solar, wind power, battery storage, and electric vehicles. And what is interesting is that China reconfirmed their commitment to 2060 climate neutrality, and also indicated that they will try to decarbonize by 2025, which is an important step as a global scene for giving hope and increasing the ambition for the next COP in Glasgow. Many other important states like Brazil unexpectedly committed to climate neutrality by 2050, indicating that they will use nature-based solutions using the huge area of the Amazon forest. India Prime Minister indicated that they will do a lot towards climate neutrality, and highlighted the potential of the country for solar power production. Even Putin indicated that Russia understands the shrinking of the markets for natural gas, and is looking for alternatives. So this is the political scene, and what we want to do now is to introduce very briefly a report that we did as UNSDSN. UNSDSN is the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. It is the biggest network of the in the world, bringing together universities and research institutions that work on sustainability, and providing the means to communicate their sustainability solutions to the other stakeholders, the businesses, the financial institutions, the policymakers, the politicians, the NGOs, the civil society, so that they can implement the sustainability solutions. I am honored to lead the European hub of the of the network, which is under the auspices of the General Secretary of the United Nations, where we have 400 institutional members, and we work on aligning the European recovery with Agenda 2030, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. We have many initiatives within this umbrella. One of the initiatives that I lead together with Jeff Sachs, the president of UNSDSN, is the Senior Working Group on the European Green Deal. And every year we publish a report identifying the transformations that are needed for the joint implementation of Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, the European Green Deal, in an effort to showcase a green and digital job-based and inclusive recovery from COVID-19. You have the link there. You can visit this year's report. The main messages from this report is that first, we have a moral responsibility for building for a better. COVID-related pandemic packages are financed by national debt, so they are loans from future generations. So we want to make sure that we recover in a way that will sustain our welfare, the current generation's welfare, but also the welfare of future generations. What is good news is that there is an obvious economic case for a sustainable recovery. Recent simulations of the effect of green recovery plans worldwide confirm that the green economic stimulus is more growth enhancing than a return to normal stimulus. So it is not only morally correct, it is also economically beneficial, and we should make sure that beyond fiscal stimulus that is expected to boost aggregate demand, we should also invest in transforming our public investments in a way that can support sustainable and fair green and digital solution, support this kind of recovery, bring growth multipliers, positive growth multipliers, and job multipliers to the economy, reduce the current economic uncertainty, and in this way convince the private sector to invest, to make investments in the real economy, something that we had trouble convincing since the great financial crisis of 2008. Our long-term vision is obviously the UN Agenda 2030, and the Paris Agreement and the European Green Deal provides the right level of ambition and direction. Our report connects the 4 major policy initiatives in Europe, the SDGs that are global, the European Green Deal that is mostly focused on the 27 countries in member states, the European semester process that provides recommendations for member states with regards to their macro policy in order to achieve better alignment between the different member states in Europe, and of course the allocation of the EU recovery plan. We bring these initiatives together and we produce actionable strategies that can support policymakers to guide EU-wide national economic recovery in line with Europe's sustainability agenda. The first step that we do is that we link the recovery and resilience plans with the European Green Deal and the SDGs. It is quite important to understand that although the European Green Deal is not explicitly linked with the SDGs, the country-specific recommendations of the semester process of Europe are linked to SDGs. And in addition to that, the recovery and resilience plans need to be built according to the country-specific recommendations. This is what the EU says. So in this way, there is a link between the recovery and resilience plans, the country-specific recommendations, and the missing link is how these country-specific recommendations and the European Green Deal are linked to the SDGs. And this is exactly the missing link that we've been looking for. Through machine learning approaches, we first cross-mapped the 9 European Green Deal policies: biodiversity projection, farm to fork, sustainable agriculture, clean energy, sustainable industry, building and renovating, sustainable mobility, eliminating pollution and climate action, and we cross-map them against the 17 SDGs. The dark green indicates explicit reference in European Green Deal text to the SDG targets, and we are talking about a total of 169 targets within the 17 SDGs, 115 of them referring to European states. And in the light green, you see implicit reference in European Green Deal text to SDG targets. Of course, you can see some very few white places where there's no link, and this is an indication that the one framework is more holistic than the other, and the framework that is more holistic is the SDGs. And that's why it makes sense to listen to the SDGs while we are implementing the European Green Deal. Now that we established the connection between the SDGs and the European Green Deal, we want to bring into the picture the country-specific recommendations of the European semester process. And this refer to fiscal policies, to investments in green and digital transition, taxation, social policies, education, finance, public administration, labor market. What we did is the following. The left part of the slide that you see shows per country the results of our Sustainable Development Report. Every year since 2015, the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network produces a report that shows the level of implementation of SDGs in every country, where you see green in Sweden, it means that Sweden has achieved the respective SDG. Where you see yellow, it means that challenges remain with regards to its achievement. Orange means significant challenges, red means even more significant challenges, major challenges. So even that, even in Sweden, the most sustainable country of the world, we have quite a few difficulties in implementing the SDGs, and only 6 of them being on track for being implemented in 2030. Now, based on this level of implementation and identification of difficulties, we've cross-mapped the recommendations from the European semester process. And if there is a recommendation that is aligned with the underachievement of specific SDGs, we conclude that there is that the country-specific recommendations address the SDGs. We have 50% alignment in Sweden, whereas in Germany, for example, we have 63% alignment, that is, the country-specific recommendations address the difficulties with regards to implementing the SDGs, and in Greece we have 80% alignment. We've done this exercise for all countries, and we have 72% alignment of country-specific recommendations with the difficulties that are faced with achieving the SDGs. This is a good level of alignment, but of course there is space for further alignment between the country-specific recommendations and the SDGs. We then proceed to prioritize the European Green Deal policies in each country, And basically, we give priority to policies that are associated with major SDG challenges and significant SDG challenges. On the whole, environmentally friendly food systems, sustainable industry, elimination of pollution, and climate action are the policies that need to be prioritized. In order to be able to implement the prioritized policies, we need to work on technological and investment pathways. And the investment pathways need to help us implement the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions that we've committed to, and at the same time, an increased GDP. We know that in 2021, the EU has already unleashed a new and revised climate and energy legislation. It's revising the emissions trading system, for sharing regulation, the energy taxation directive, and introducing a carbon border tax. In order to understand how all these regulations, new laws can be mobilized, can be really achieved, we need to understand how they need to be combined with technological achievements, with technological pathways, with policy pathways, and with financial pathways. And obviously, we need systems thinking in order to do this. We need to re-innovate our system, that is to combine system thinking with the process of innovation, so that to enable transformative change within our complex system. Obviously, the European Green Deal should be conceived on a systems approach, because it needs to simultaneously address multiple objectives, promote many policy instruments and technological solutions. With regards to objectives, we need to achieve decarbonization, environmental sustainability, economic prosperity, social inclusion. With regards to policy instruments, we have public investments, phasing out of subsidies to fossil fuels, market mechanisms, regulatory frameworks, regulation on land use. And of course, we have a variant of technological solutions. With regards to technological solutions, we propose focusing on the power sector and progressively phasing out traditional sources and introducing a mixture of renewable solutions. With regards to the industry sector, we propose focusing on hard-to-abate segments like cement, iron, and steel, and petrochemicals. With regards to the transport sector, we focus on roadways and railways and airways and navigation. And with regards to buildings, we focus on guidelines for new buildings and retrofitting strategies. And of course, it is quite interesting, if we want to focus on the power system, to understand that the innovation will come from enabling technologies, but also from business models, market design, and systems operation. And we need to mix different innovations in these 4 areas in order to come up with a really actionable plan that can accelerate the decarbonization and the transition to a sustainable economy. And in doing so, we need to identify complementarities and work with them on a systems innovation approach, because we have variable renewable energy sources, zero carbon technologies, public and private investments, options for natural and engineered systems, mitigation and adaptation, centralized and decentralized solutions, and so on. Our pillars for decarbonization are zero carbon electricity, electrification of end users, green synthetic fuels, smart power grids, material efficiency, and sustainable land use. And of course, the roadmap, the road to climate neutrality, as indicated by the UN General Secretary, will be paved via renewable energy sources, nature-based solutions, and the transition from a linear to a circular economy. And in order to use these 3 solutions, for achieving the 2050, but also the 2030 goal. We need to revise the national energy and climate plans. We need to revise the national determined contributions, and we need broad policy frameworks, technological roadmaps, regulatory assignments to stakeholders, strong systems of deliberations, a holistic approach, and also focus on demand management. At the same time, with the supply side mobilizers, we need to focus on climate adaptation projects, which offer a triple dividend because they protect human life, the environment, and they also produce growth and job creation. Now, for the decarbonization to be achieved, for the increased ambition for greenhouse gas emissions reduction to 55% by 2030, we need an additional investment of 350 billion per year. In order to achieve this additional investment, we have to rethink our fiscal and financial systems. Since 1980, governments were only asked to intervene for the purpose of fixing market failures. Now governments are asked to make significant long-term investments to support a rapid recovery from the pandemic. So there is a big entrepreneurial role for the state to provide this patient financing, and it is quite important that this financing is focused on sustainable innovation that is handling not just short and medium run problems, but also long-term problems. So we need strategic finance. At the macro level, we need to reconceptualize financial stability and the mission of central banks. At the meso level, we need national public investment organizations to provide positive sources of long-term patient finance. And at the micro level, we need companies to understand that switching towards sustainable green practices soon as will be good for their competitiveness, for their innovativeness, and for their success in terms of profit, but also environmental and social footprint. So sustainable finance is one big area that we need to focus. In this report, we suggest to have a single hybrid metrics for measuring the profitability of companies together with their impact of environment and society. It is important to bring the three together rather than having two separate and disconnected reporting systems, one of financial results and one of ESG performance. It is much better to have a holistic framework. It's easier for communication of information to the clients, but also for the company's coherent management. Another important angle of this sustainability transition is, of course, the effect on the job market, and using the work from our senior working group partner of the International Energy Agency. We indicate that investments in line with the European Green Deal can lead to approximately 1 million new jobs in energy and energy-related sectors by 2030. These jobs, of course, will be skilled jobs, highly or medium-skilled jobs, very few jobs in the low skill. This indicates the need for a big wave of investment in upskilling and reskilling. In any way, we are going through the fourth industrial revolution, where the pace of technological improvement is unprecedented. So we have to find a way in our education and upskilling programs that can keep up the pace with these technological innovations if we are going to use the technological innovations for the transition. And in order to achieve the transition we want by 2030, as per the SDGs, we really need to use cutting-edge deployed technology. Now, with regards to the distributional effects, EU climate policies until 2050 will have some regressive effects, and we need to make sure that we can mitigate them. in a macroeconomic modeling exercise that we did, we identified the measures that can mitigate these regressive effects. This include redistributing revenues through lump sum transfers, implementing targeted energy efficiency measures, long-term job retraining programs, and funding of subsidies for new low-carbon technologies via general taxation. This kind of package of measures can ensure more equality within the different areas of Europe, increase GDP and increase employment, and at the same time, an overall progressive effect in all EU regions. In order to move from strategic priorities to sector-specific policies, it is important to co-design the pathways with the stakeholders that they are involved. It is important to have transparent methods and stakeholder engagements in order to really achieve implementation. And because timing is critical, and because policymakers need fast guidance to steer between health protection, economic relief, and climate resilience, we produce a set of criteria that are aligned, cross-marked with the SDGs, and provide support for environmental impact investments and policies, and economic and social impact investments and policies. So overall, our main message is that we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to direct economic growth based on the SDGs and the European Green Deal, which are the two sides of the same coin, and we should invest with regards to that. I also participate in the Lancet Commission for COVID-19, which is a very prestigious commission working on the recovery from the pandemic. And again, there, the indications and the recommendations are roughly the same as the European ones. We need a recovery that is transformative towards a green, digital, and fair future. The recent commitments to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by around mid-century by big states provide the needed momentum for deep transformations. Moreover, the fact that 1/3 of global assets under management are now environmental, social, and governance based, it also created a finance-related momentum towards the sustainability transition. What is important is that at the moment, the financial resources devoted to and commitments made for post-COVID recovery are inefficient, insufficient for a green recovery, including those made by G20 countries. However, I believe that up to today, we had responses that aim for short-run relief from the COVID pandemic. It is in September that the money for the medium and long-run investments for the recovery will be unleashed, and it is then that our targets should start measuring the greenness and digital part of the recovery. Another big issue is that low-income countries and some emerging markets urgently need support to address the immediate consequences of the pandemic in order to be able to build back better. And it is good that the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank have gathered the major economies, including the US, European Union, China, and other G20 countries, to allocate 650 billion worth of IMF reserves asset special drawing rights to ensure that governments in low-income and middle-income countries have the means to combat the pandemic and recover back better. In closing, let me briefly introduce my team. I am leading a cluster of institutions working on sustainability transition. These are cluster mainly includes the research laboratory on economic, socioeconomic and environmental sustainability at the Athens University of Economics and Business that I founded and direct. the Sustainable Development Unit at the Athena Informatics Research Center that I also direct, and it also hosts the EIT Climate Kick of Europe. This is a part of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, and it accelerates innovations that are relevant to the transition to a climate neutral economy. As I also told you, I lead the SDSN Europe and SDSN Greece. We work in research and innovation acceleration and deep demonstration, and education and training awareness. And with regards to our thematic priorities, each slide you see is a different European or global project, 3 to 4 to 6 years duration with a big consortium. The first thematic priority is climate change mitigation adaptation, green digital just recovery, circular economy, nature-based solutions, and system innovation approach for engaging the stakeholders in a co-design process. We also work in blue growth, two big global initiatives, the SEAS initiative, trying to build pathways for sustainable blue economy in the Mediterranean, Black Sea, the Caspian, and the Aral Sea, a global roundtable for sustainable shipping and ports, many projects of different aspects of sustainable marine management, from power generation, fishing, shipping, offshore platforms, management for the coast, for marine protected areas in different seas of the world. And of course, we also run, just launched a big accelerator for the decarbonization and adaptation to climate change of the maritime sector, financed by EIT Climate Kick. Our third thematic area is water food, energy nexus, smart agriculture, and smart urban water systems. And lately, in addition to many Horizon projects, Prima projects, Interreg projects, we also received a big ERC projects on designing the next generation of urban water systems under climate change uncertainty. And this ERC project is a 10 million 6-year project for 4 PIs. You can see the PIs in the picture that brings together water science systems, control theory, economic decision science, and machine learning. Finally, as I said before, we also work in innovation acceleration. I direct the Climate Kick hub of the country, and we have a general accelerator there for all different types of innovations that can accelerate the transition to a climate neutral economy. But as I said before, a maritime thematic accelerator as well for the decarbonization and climate adaptation of the maritime sector. And the ports, we also run professional courses, and we fully finance them for people to be trained, professionals to be trained in sustainability, and of course, many global events. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Professor Kondori, for this wonderful, elaborate, and inspiring presentation. Now, before we move on, we would just like to say that that all the participants will be having 15 minutes to deliver their presentations, and we kindly ask you to stick to the proposed time framework, so that each of the participants will have enough time to give their speech and deliver their respective presentation. Now, back to the professor's presentation. Are there any questions or points you would like to touch upon and start a discussion? We strongly encourage you to participate, engage in discussions, as well as ask any questions you have regarding to presentations previously delivered by the speakers. If not, then we can move on and introduce our next presenter, Professor Petar Jukic, who comes from University in Belgrade in Serbia. And the professor is going to give us a talk on the following topic: new economic challenges of the transformation and structural changes in the post-COVID-19 period. Professor Jukic, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. If you hear me, please allow me to share screen.
Yes.
I think you can see my slides. Okay, thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you all over the world for the.
We cannot see the slides in your presentation.
You cannot see my slides.
Yes, we cannot.
Aha. Oh, okay. Wait, please. Is it okay now?
Now it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the technical difficulties a little bit. Thank you, all of you, for all over the world for the participation. I'm looking forward to see you again next year in the normal situation in Sarajevo, in the center of Balkan. We started this conference with the European and Balkanian subjects. I'm very grateful to colleague Kaundari because she started with the sustainable development. This subject, or my subject, challenges for transformation and structural changes, considering sustainable development, previous ethics and ontology questions for me. Are we in the finish of pandemic? Nobody can answer positively because what are the real consequences of global disaster? The worst after the Second World War. Maybe now recovery is real and predictable, maybe not. Something about biological, economical and cultural way of existence. All the way of existence were destroyed little bit or partly in this and previous year. Maybe the global economic growth failed, but the growth of the virus increased in last year until now. Maybe the violence increased and the collectively resistance decreased. In every case, we have one new imbalance about our sensitivities, sensitiveness, health, social, psychological, and economic, about experiment in vivo, about problem who maybe it is good for the future or humanity, because we are in one unprecedented state. We could learn more of this. Maybe it could be better for the next generation, because we are victims nowadays. Update generation. Most predictions turn not as available. What to do then? To predict one desirable future or some conditions and expectations. Firstly, about conditions, about pandemic weakening. We hope that that's it. Pandemic is pandemic weeks. About sustainable growth. Is it? Was it? Or will it come back? about green recovery that is desirable more than earlier, with about one robust health system, public regional cooperation, not only in vaccination or immunization. About expectations, our expectations about more solidarity, social solidarity, stronger institutional system, global, regional, national level, more efficiency of economy, economy with new technological approach, digitalization, and fourth, technology revolution, more innovation, intensive world, because knowledge-based economy nowadays is economy with three new prefixes: green, bio, and circular economy. Are they only new expression for the same previous ideas or not? In every case, environmental friendly, resource saving, energy more efficient, in carbon zero economy are something we awfully need in this moment. About deterioration of health and social conditions, very short. It is very broad facts that World Health Organization underlined on the 7th of April this year. Firstly, risk of poverty. Colombia rebellion is the best, maybe the best new example. Limited access to health care. The pandemic itself was the primary cause of increase in social and health inequality among the people and the nations. World Health Organization said that poverty is expected to increase on the global scene for the first time in the 20 years. Current analysis show that more than 1 billion people live in poverty, and only in the past year the number of poor people increased by 130 million. How about yellow vests in France 2 years ago? Will they come back? And update Colombia rebellion. Both started because of tax reform. It is very interesting. Even environmental tax reform is problem for one part of middle class in France. The update world is not as the same world during the 20th century. Now we have some developmental consequences of pandemic or post-pandemic, because fulfillment of 20 goals of sustainable development are out of total 17 from the UN agenda has been compromised due to pandemic, COVID crisis, and dangerous quality education, gender equality, clean water supply and sanitation, renewable energy use, peace, justice, in all institutions. What means social justice now? Even the right to life, while 60% of the population in some countries are yet to gain access to health services, said World Health Organization, explaining the connection between level of income and the elementary protection of human health. It is they are very worried facts about economic expectation of projections. Only explanation of these graphs. According to the IMF, the global output was reduced 3% last year, whereas the World Bank estimate to decline to 4.3. Okay, the growth forecast for the world economy in this 2021 by the World Bank remain unchanged, about 4%. But global trade, according to IMF, decreased by in the last as much as 8.5 in 20, but it is predicted to increase by almost the same in the next year. IMF and other forecasts agree that the things return to normal by the end of 21st. The growth in that particular year will be above average, but it's not sure. That is not much of wisdom to predict the future about from the past, from the present. It is exploration of the present, the old method. How to enter with this? The world spent almost $20 trillion on preventing the economic consequences, as well as stimulating demand and growth. It is huge mission, and uncover the purchasing power, which raises demand potential and possible danger of later inflation and debt burden. The most important recommendations for the world of today are not purely of the economic political type. In last Congress, I spoke about a great hope about Pope Francesco and other humanist participants of the world ideology nowadays about solidarity and cooperation in shared measures and goals between health and safety related, security, and so on and so on. How much will this year's growth be? How the economic recovery will affect not only the global trade in only of the zones, but also traffic, tourism, technology, and innovation. You know, we have in Bosnia and Herzegovina, here in Serbia, in Balkan, we have one journal for economics for the innovation and economic research journal. Thank you, all of you, for the participation or in other kind of activity of the journal. I'm editor-in-chief of journal, and I expect to maybe to discuss about these subjects in this journal and in next year, maybe in next 2 years, about technological innovation, for example, and cooperation. We have wonderful potentials, but all those potentials are only potentials. Understanding of necessary for the green recovery, the greatest progress following the crisis. For example, World Economic Forum dealing with sustainable energy, nutrition, transport, and so on, so-called green variant post-COVID economy. It is good innovation, but the question should be given by technological change, developments in the fields of clean or renewable energy, smart transport, constructions, housing industry, food production and processing. All these are wonderful changes, but we have risks, different risks. Many countries maybe that have natural resources could through smart and innovative methods, improve the quality and the consequences of the exploitation of these natural resources because of the concept of circular economy and green technologies. Today's energy and agriculture are primarily in the region. Okay, not more because of the previous presentation. Challenges of post-COVID restructuring. I think it is a more important point of view. Examples are many: regional above average warming, deforestation, foods, and so on. All technology changes primarily cause structural turbulence. All these turbulence are spontaneous. Software platforms, online business equipment, remote operation, promote global cooperation and business. They are a common, cheaper, and increasingly competitive goods for all of us. Those who are most advanced and committed to such adaptation will experience additional profit, but the unadapted ones will be impaired even more. It is just about online business, better use of software and communications that reduce business operation cost and so on. The gap between of the adapted and not adapted will become even bigger after COVID crisis. The future, depending on inequality, will intensify. As much as someone makes a step forward and makes additional innovative income, the ones unable to improve and structure their business, trade, and state will experience the loss of nearly the same extent. This is the last slide, and I would like to orient you to some changes to better life in future, maybe in the second half of this year. You can see some pictures connected with the subject of this slide. Future polarization on the technology advanced and others that are drastically failing behind would deepen not only income or properly increased, but socio-cultural differ. But the greatest risk of such drastic diversification could arise from inequality and opportunities, as well from opportunities for knowledge acquisition. A possible reduction in space and transport savings in energy cost. Technological modernization will reduce the labor cost as well, whereby communications will no longer be placed in a corner. Environmental differ, traffic and energy, and so on. All those are chances for the new chances for recovery of tourism, green tourism, hospitality, industry, travel, and services, all kinds of services. But technology and the market turbulence, it probably will be continuous for all the times. The examples of the shares of Tesla company. The Tesla company is the most famous manufacturer of electric cars, with the shares in market of only 1% of all electric, all automobile industry in the world. But in this, in the last year, it is worth over $800 billion, maybe nowadays near over 1 trillion. World Energy Agency foresees the highest growth in the sector of new green energy technologies and energy efficiency. These challenges can serve us as incentive for modernization, greening, and differ the structure of the global sustainable energy. That contributes to understanding, tolerance, and general trust in the interest of the public good and the global cooperation following the COVID crisis as the global public good. I oriented your attention to the sport cooperation for example, and I'm looking forward to see. I look forward to see what will be about Olympic Games. I hope it will be in Osaka this year in September, and we all see our Novak Djokovic will get Olympic gold medal in this. It is something that he needs. He needs awfully nowadays when he's no doubtably the best in the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Djukic, for your presentation. And next, we would like to introduce our presenter by the name of Professor Metin Toprak from Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University in Turkey. And we would also like to apologize to Professor for taking the time and thank him for his patience. Now, the professor is going to give us a talk on the topic offsetting the debts and claims of the companies in the digital clearing system, a system that reduces the demand for money. Professor Toprak, the floor is yours. Professor Toprak, are you with us? We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Some technical problems, I guess, I think happened. And now, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Super. Now let me just skip to the diagram. And countries like Turkey, weak countries, capital markets, banking markets are quite weak when we compare to developed countries. In this coronavirus period, all countries, leading countries including, they are trying to implement expansionary policies to recover their SMEs. But countries like Turkey, we have conglomerates, we have holding companies, and these holding companies are dominating the market. And they have good relationship with the government, central bank and banking system, and they have superiority to access the credit. When government or central bank is inject injecting the credit through these banks and through these conglomerates, the problem chain is not extending to the SMEs. And the problem is injection, and central bank and government injection via banks, and paying that is the best solution, and the intended conclusion is here. However, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen because of many reasons. And I work at Turkish Banking Agency, Authority, you know, Competition Authority, some institutions, so I'm quite familiar with that. And we are a team actually. Some members are now in government, in other positions in the sector. So I just, present here. And intended conclusion is the best way, and creditor companies will be paid according to their debt level in the chain. That's it. However, this is happening just 20%. And 80% of expansionary policy, monetary policy, is not concluded, is not reached because of the characteristics of the chain. They are buying foreign exchange, and they are making deposit in other banks. When they get credit from banks, from central bank, they use this injection, and they sterilize expansionary policy of central bank and government, making deposit in other banks for arbitrage, making new investment and mixed decision, of course. And happening things are these in Turkey and similar countries. So we try to meet these counter moves of the sector, of the big companies. We try to reach the last ring of the chain. That's our problem. And we know that all companies, hundreds of companies, relationship with among companies, they are having interactions. And any company cannot know the other company's relationships. Firm A can know firm B because they have interacted relationship, and firm C, firm D, hundreds of companies and thousands of relationships. So we know the network, this algorithm. And in Turkey, we see that this is taken from the inflation report of Central Bank of Turkey, and this is the injection. Look at here, this is the swap funding, and this is 1 week report, injection. Look at the injection, it is increasing. Look at the interest rate, it's also increasing. It means government is implementing expansionary policy. However, the market is taking counter revolution, and the stress foreign exchange rates and interest rates are happening. So it means markets are sterilizing the government policy, expansionary policy. So we see the problem, we have experienced the problem, and we try to develop a model for that one. You see here that there's a linear correlation, positive correlation between the the spot rates and the funding. So it's quite clear that markets and governments are operating in totally opposite directions. Now look at here. This is the CDS of Turkey, May 4th, last year, one year ago. May 4th, you see that 621. And yesterday night, and it was 401 CDS of Turkey. It means Turkey is quite fragile country, vulnerable country, because of many reasons, because of capital markets, money markets, but it's quite clear that international appearance outlook of Turkey is this. And this, the Denmark is the lowest CDS ratio, Sweden, United States, and Turkey is the highest. So it's quite clear that we need an urgent action for that one. And with this digitalized age, we developed a model. And that model, in that model, if we create a centralized institution, and all companies will enter their inputs, will enter their bills, their claims, their debts in that institution. Actually, today we have this information. We have this information in Treasury, in Ministry of Finance, Central Bank, also exchange, bank. We have this information, but this information are distributed. We need a network between these distributed structures. So these distributed structures, we develop a model to connect them. If they are connected, we think 30% of daily transaction, 30% of daily transaction will be offset. And it means 30% of transaction in local currency, in foreign exchange currency. If it is declined, if it is cleared, then the demand for money and will also decline, and the pressure on local currency, I mean interest rate, pressure on foreign exchange will go down. And we will then we will recover our economy from this high interest rate and foreign exchange rate pressure. And this is the model. How does it work? I just try to portray here. And I just take three examples: companies, firm X, Y, Z, and the total debt of these companies is 2,650. If we offset this in a digitalized clearing system, centrally organized, and just 150 injection will be need here, just that one. This is our this is our model, and also we are under the patent procedure in United States, and we think it will help all countries, and not just leading currency countries like United States, Europe, or Japan. All other countries, we are forcing, or we are trying to persuade countries to go to barter system. Barter is digital barter system. So the functions of money will be also changed, of course, will be also mitigated. And conclusion, we think that, okay, offset of receivables and debts of companies in a central system will decrease the pressure on interest rate, the pressure on foreign exchange rate. So all countries will be safe, much more safe. I'm not sure if United States and Europe will be happy with that or not, but for the healthiness of the world economy, I think it's quite beneficial here. So this model will decrease the pressures on interest rate and on foreign exchange rate. The globalization and integrated financial systems also are forcing us to develop new models, and digitalized world is also inspiring us to develop that one. And this is my short, just for tasting brief. Thank you very much. And if you need some information extra, I will share my screen. I will share my presentation, my short, extended abstract I have also. So thank you very much. That's our idea here.
Thank you very much, Professor Toprak, for this concise and excellent presentation. Now, before we move on, we would like to remind you once again about any questions you would like to ask the presenters, as well as any points you would like to touch upon. So, with regards to this, are there any questions?
Everything is quite clear.
So it seems. Thank you once again, Professor.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay. Next, we are going to introduce Professor Maidili Koloro from University College of Banking and Financial Studies in Oman, as well as Professor Dennis Hyams Sekasi from University of Bolton, the UK. And lastly, we've got Professor Madhu Sadhana Rao from India. And the presenters are going to give us a talk on the topic, a study of global recession recovery strategies in select EU countries. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I will start the presentation and I'll share the screen. Is the screen visible to everyone?
Yes, it's visible. Thank you.
And all able to hear me?
Yes, we are able to hear you as well.
Okay, thank you. We have done a study on the global recession recovery strategies of highly ranked GDP EU countries. In an overview, the global recession, we have 2008-2009, had a devastating impact on most of the world economies. The present situation that we are in the COVID also has resulted in a similar situation where we see the economy has come to an halt. At this point of time, we thought it right to write a paper on the global recession that just happened previously, in 2008, 2009. What was the impact of those recessions? What were the recovery strategies and how we can develop a future model? With that thought in mind, we went ahead and analyzed and did a qualitative analysis on the impact of the financial crisis on 5 top EU countries. The selection of the countries was based on the average GDP. The current environment that we are in, the world economic landscape right now is marked by many challenges that the global leaders have to face in terms of unemployment, in terms of cyber attack, climate change, as some of the key speakers have already identified, and of course, the unfortunate happening of the pandemic. The pandemic has put us in a state where we are challenged to see how we can increase our productivity and sustain development at a corporate level and at a national level. Similarly, the impact of 2008-2009 financial crisis also brought the economy to a halt. It resulted in vast economic and financial disruptions. Now, though the COVID-19 and the recover and the Great Recession had structural variations of origin, there are similarities in terms of economic-wide stress, contractions to economic growth, and also contractions to employment and productivity. Some of the literature review that we've reviewed are shown on the slides, but I'll just go through 2 of them. For example, Kosa and his co-authors said that the recession during the period of 2008 and 2013 was very severe, and it was classified as a Great Recession because of the impact that it had. Even Graham and his co-authors said that there were scarce investment opportunities during that period, resulted in uncertainty during the economic downturn. If we look at Muller in 2013, he also claims that central banks cut down the interest rates to an all-time record low. From 5%, it was reduced to 0.5%. So we have done a literature review, which is quite extensive, but we've just shared a few points on the slide. In light of brevity, I will continue. Based on the literature review, we developed 3 objectives. The first objective was to understand the impact of the global financial crisis on the top 5 EU countries, compare the recession recovery strategies that were implemented by all these countries, and then we did a critical analysis of the recession recovery dimensions to develop a model which could be a generic model used for further recession recoveries. For the methodology, we applied a qualitative analysis of the financial crisis, and we ranked the 20 years data of the EU countries from 2000 to 2019. And then we selected the 5 EU countries based on an average highest GDP level. We critically analyzed the recession recovery strategies of all the 5 countries by using trend analysis, and then we pulled out the commonalities from these recovery strategies, which are the basis for our developmental model. Now we go through the recovery strategy analysis. One by one, we'll look at the countries. So when we look at Germany, what was the impact it had and what were the recovery strategies they have adopted? Germany impact was that Germany, basically being an export-oriented company, export-oriented country, it faced challenges in terms of exports, which got declined drastically, and relatively moderate decline in unemployment rates also. As far as the recovery is concerned, they went ahead and introduced labor market reforms. They brought about regulations on the capital and financial markets also. They even launched the unique program, Cash for Clunkers program, where the citizens, if they had cars of 9 years old, could return it, get a cash for 2,500 euro, and also commit to buying a new car. So they tried to pump up the economy with these kind of programs. Moving forward, we just look at Germany in terms of percentage change in GDP and percentage change in unemployment. So the percentage change in GDP was 6.3%, and percentage change in unemployment was very less for Germany, 0.1%, as compared to Spain, which is 9.7%. Moving on to UK, I would like to request my co-author Madhu to take over. He told me that he's having a technical issue, so let's just confirm if he is able to present. Otherwise, I will continue. So Madhu, can you let us know if you are in a position to take over? Okay, he's saying that he has some issue, so I would like to continue. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Moving on to UK. When we look at UK, there was a much higher rise in unemployment as compared to Germany. And UK also faced a big challenge in terms of the banking sector. Because of the mortgage rates, it resulted in a challenge for the banks, as most of the banks wanted to go for a bailout option to the governments. So the recovery strategies that UK went ahead with, the decreased rate of interest, which we just talked about, from 5% to 0.5%. They also went ahead and provided a lot of financial guarantees to the sectors. They also introduced a temporary cut in VAT. When you look at UK, the tax cuts were to the extent of 16.5 billion, and the extra credit that they offered to a similar measure, to support the industries, was around 22.1%. Now let's look at Italy. Italy was affected more. It had a complete collapse in productivity. And because of this collapse, further exports went down. Real estates, the car industry were also affected. The critical recovery strategies which they had adopted was they wanted to break the domino effect, and they went ahead and mass scale supporting the banking sector with heavy bailouts. They even introduced a solidarity tax of around 300,000 euros. Of course, they also extensively reduced the public spending. If you look at Italy, what they have done, the total public investment that they made was 1.4%. The advance cash they made to enterprises was relatively less as compared to Spain, only 0.2. Sectoral aid was not given as compared to Spain, France, which provided sectoral aid to the automobile sector. Employment aid to householders is common among all the countries. We see Italy at 3.3 billion and the highest being Spain at 5.9. Moving on to Spain. Spain faced a triple crisis, which was quite heavy on the economy: physical, loss of competitiveness, and financial challenges. There was a very high rise in unemployment for Spain, which they had to tackle, for which they went ahead with some reforms in terms of multiple stimulus packages to the various sectors, as we just saw. And they also reduced the income tax that they are charging to their citizens. They brought about vast reforms in the banking sector and aid to banks to pull the economy back. Spain, as we can see, brought about a reduction in the VAT from 16 to 7. So did almost all the countries went ahead to reduce the VAT during that period. Let's look at France. Most of the countries, as we see, are faced with the similar impact in terms of high unemployment or moderate unemployment, and subprime crisis resulted in commercial and mutual banks also facing a lot of crises. Like the other countries that we just saw, the recovery strategies was they also supported their banks. They went ahead with heavy bailout packages for their banks. Public spending was reduced, and they launched a unique thing with a car rescue package, just like Germany did with the cash for clunkers. And now I would like to request Professor Dennis to take over, where he's going to talk about how the gross domestic product of the European countries panned out and how they recovered, etc.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Phil.
Thank you.
So what I'm looking at now is about the road to recovery of the selected EU countries. As we see on table 5, the table shows 3 crises, and that's the pre-crisis GDP, the crisis period, and the post-crisis period. And what we note here, we see that we try to do a comparative study, which shows clearly as to what point the kind of changes took place. So what we note here, you can see that Germany in itself, during the pre-crisis GDP had 3.2, but by 2011, it had gone to 3.74. Like even Spain, as you could see, and other countries, like for example, like France, were during the pre-crisis GDP was 2.6, and the post-crisis was 2.81. In the next slide, which is table 6, we try to base our previous GDP to the table 5, which occurred from 2007 to 2014. And there we're able to determine what the recovery plans were or the recovery trends. As you would notice here, what we deduced from all this, we identified that based on the information we gathered, we realized that Germany was the first to recover, and within a couple of years, it already recovered. But in terms of France, France made a partial recovery in 2011, but were not able to sustain the GDP. But finally, in 2013, the GDP recovered to the pre-crisis levels. So France took about 5 years to recover, but UK made a partial recovery in 2014 with a GDP value of 3.06, which was close to the pre-crisis value of 3.10, which you looked at previously. So it took about 6 years to reach that level. So based on that table, we can argue that Spain was quick with a quick partial recovery in 2 years and reached a GDP of 1.48, which was higher than the pre-crisis GDP, which you've seen in the previous slide. So UK, as I said before, took 6 years to recover from the crisis, and Italy and Spain were only to achieve partial recovery over the brief periods of time. But after the crucial analysis of the 5 countries' impact recovery strategies, we tried to group the kind of our understanding in 4 dimensions, which led to what we call the developmental plan. So after the crucial analysis, as I said before, 2 kind of points were raised, or 4 dimensions. And the first one was about tax dimension. So what we noted that all the countries in our study introduced the tax reforms respectively. But Germany introduced tax reductions for specific sectors like health, care contributions, increased child benefits. But generally, all the 5 countries reduced the value of added VAT, so which is an important aspect we need to bear in mind. In terms of the employment discussion or dimension, all the 5 GDP countries we have been looking at introduced what are called country-specific flagship programs to subsidize employee wages. Governments of Spain, for example, Germany and the UK and France, what they do in particular, they launched what we called the job security agreements. But UK in particular launched a welfare scheme to generate alternative employment income for citizens. In terms of economic dimensions, concrete policies, response and flexibility supported most of the 5 countries to face the recession. So besides capital and financial market reforms, Germany, Spain, and France offered what we called a stimulus package dimension. In terms of the small and medium enterprise dimension, all 5 countries introduced country-specific sector reforms, but Germany in particular introduced what we call the Cash for Clunkers programs. France also supported the automobile sector, essential manufacturing industries, as well as transport infrastructure sector. So the recession generally helped a lot to think for the country to think beyond what was obvious. So the recession strategy for Germany and the UK and France and Italy have a common fundamental approaches. Looking at all this, and look at our understanding about what happened within the 5 countries, we came up with a model which provides an option which countries can explore and adopt based on their respective country-specific circumstances. As look at on the model itself, we looked at the 5 dimensions. First, to put a country, but look at the 5 dimensions. And those 5 dimensions, we looked at the tax dimension. And with the tax dimension, as I alluded before, is about the tax reduction and the specific product taxes, which also was in part of all the citizens. We also looked at the environmental dimension, and in that, we specifically looked at particular areas like job security as well as universal credit. In terms of economic dimension, this revised a monetary and a fiscal policies, which of course led to support the kind of the banks in terms of lending. Last but not least, we looked at the small and medium enterprise dimension, which felt that this alluded more of, for example, like the automobile sector schemes, as well as the credit and the credit programs. But I just want to throw a question to Mithil and ask her, why does she think this model is very important and why we should take on board this model?
Thank you, Dennis. Now, like we told you in the beginning, that the recession that happened in 2008, 2009, there were many countries which came ahead and adopted different strategies. The 5 countries that we identified, we analyzed all their recovery strategies in detail, critical analysis, and we synthesized this model. So what is this model offer to the world or to any country who would think that, okay, how do I come out of a recession? Because we feel that recessions, though they could be caused by different reasons, like it could be a financial crisis, it could be a pandemic, who knows what's going to happen tomorrow, but still a recession is a recession. Even IMF in 2009 classified a recession, and we all know what it is. So if there is a recession, where do we look to? What do we look to for a solution? So this is not the solution, but it is an attempt for a solution or that we want to share. What is the solution? The solution is that you have certain dimensions which you can apply to your company, your country. You can map these dimensions to your country-specific socio-cultural, political, and economic scenarios. For example, the tax dimension. We saw that the VAT reduction was applied by all the countries. So that's one option that a country has. Specific product tax. UK brought about specific product tax, increased the tax for tobacco and alcohol. Elimination of capital gains. Italy eliminated capital gains. Stamp duty was revised by all the countries. Income reduction again was different in different countries. Like all citizens, you can reduce the tax, or you can give incentive for early payments, or you can go for certain sections of society, like you can increase the tax for those sections of society which are earning a higher income. So this is a generic recession recovery model. It is giving you at one snapshot all the options that are available in terms of tax dimension, which is very crucial, employment dimension, which our key speakers also identified as the biggest challenge that is facing us right now, economic dimensions, the policies that could be physical, monetary. The World Economic Forum has also identified income inequality as a major global risk factor. So how do we address these issues? So these dimensions like the tax, employment, economic, and the small and medium scale enterprise sectors, which are most hit, are the hard hit by all recessions. So this is a generic model which you can look at and see that, okay, these are already have been tried and tested and have to a greater extent been successful by top countries in EU. And we know that EU is one of the largest economies globally today, with 27 countries, each country having its own different dimension. So if it has been successful for them, maybe we can consider it. Maybe we can look at it and try to tweak it to our own economies. So that was the idea behind this model. I hope I could provide some clarity. Over to you, Dennis.
So thanks very much. Just in conclusion, what we'll be looking at in particular, we looked at the similarity between the Great Recession and the COVID-19 pandemic and what it spells out. I think we also point out specifically look at the 5 EU countries' strategies, and we try to be more critical and look at the various issues they encountered during that time. So, but what we identified are some commonalities of the recession strategies across the 5 countries, which of course would include the relief stimulus packages, the low interest rates, the increased income taxes, and also cash for clunkers, as well as the low working hours. But like any kind of research, there are going to be some kind of limitations, and we thought it would be ideal for us to point them out and also look about what's going to happen in the future, if at all we have to continue with this kind of research. We have already noted down already that there are also limitations, but because we only looked specifically for 5 countries of the EU region, the other countries we would have looked at, but we compared everything from the GDP. Based on the findings, we come with some kind of recommendations, and this recommendation we've got is based on the secondary data we carried out. So we think that the recovery strategies may be influenced by various factors like a region, socioeconomic status, and a variety of aspects of that country. In the future, we anticipate that any scholars interested in looking at any kind of recovery, either pre or after the pandemic, should try to expand the study. But with us, we also point out that we need to expand the study also to look at what called the emerging and undeveloped countries across the globe. So this study can be expanded in a country-specific recovery strategies. And what we point out that by using the model we've got, or this model itself can be tailored to fit other countries, not only the EU countries. And we some will give you some kind of references that we try to use just to support our kind of research. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask, and thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you very much, Professor Kalur, Professor Hyams. Yes, the discussion is open, so if you happen to have, or if anyone happens to have any questions or would like to make some discussion points, feel free to do so now. Okay, thank you very much. Next, we would like to introduce Professor Mauro Gallegati from University Polytechnic of Marche and Cona in Italy. Now, the professor won't be delivering any presentations to us today. Nonetheless, we would like him to share some of his thoughts and insight regarding the subject of our conference.
Thank you. My thought is the following. When we talk about resilience, actually, when the definition of resilience, according to biology, is the following. You have to return to the previous equilibrium path. So if an economy is growing at, say, 3% level, then after the shock, the economy can return to the same path of growth. But it is not the case usually with the economics. Because you can't recover the previous level of, say, GDP. It means that you have a sort of non-ergodic behavior. Non-ergodic behavior means that the economy has memory of all the past shocks. So you can't use the usual econometric technique just because you have this non-ergodic behavior. The second point is that if we return to the previous behavior, it's not good for the economy, because together with say a pandemic or an economic problem, we also have an environmental problem, the so-called global environmental change with the rise of the temperature. So we can't go back to the previous path of growth. The new growth will be for sure a growth, say a green growth, a growth which does not affect the biological system. So in a way, resilience is simply not possible. So we need a new kind of economy. I fear that all the conclusion of this nice meeting and conference is the following. We can't go back to the business as usual. We have to move to a new path of growth. And also, from a technical point of view, we have to pass from the old econometric stuff to the new agent-based models economy. In such a way, we can appreciate the fact that the government expenditure is no more a simple expenditure. It has to allow us to have a new direction of growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Galligati. Thank you for taking the time and the effort to give us a speech despite all the health issues you've gone through recently. Next, we would like to have or introduce another speaker, Professor Thomas Gilpatrick, coming from Portland State University, the US. Now, Professor Gilpatrick is also going to share with us some of his thoughts regarding the topic of our today's conference. So, Professor Gilpatrick, you have the floor. Professor Gilpatrick, are you with us? No. Okay, we would like to thank all the participants as well as presenters in our plenary section. So we have, our plenary section has come to an end, and now we are going to have a 15-minute coffee break, after which we are going to continue with our today's presentations. And our first presenter after the break will be Professor Cynthia Senquez-Diaz, from Universidad Ana de Méndez, Department of Business, Tourism and Entrepreneurship in Puerto Rico. Okay, so as I said, we're having a 15-minute break and we will see you after. Good afternoon, everyone, once again, and welcome back to the next session of our today's conference. As mentioned and introduced at the end of our plenary session, our next speaker is Professor Cynthia Senquez-Diaz from Universidad Ana de Méndez, Department of Business, Tourism and Entrepreneurship. And Professor is going to give us a talk on the following topic: transport infrastructure quality and logistics performance in exports. Professor, you have the floor, and you may start the presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me just share my screen. Please confirm that you can see my presentation and that you can hear me well.
Yes, we can see your presentation and we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Once again, my name is Cynthia Senquez. I am from Puerto Rico. I represent my university, Ana de Méndez, from the same country. And my research title is Transport Infrastructure Quality and Logistic Performance in Export. So, there is no doubt development matters for a country. As we know, governments worldwide continuously look on how to advance countries' development to be more competitive. While the level of development concerns many areas such as social components, education, and now as we can see, health because of the pandemic, mostly it is centered on economic improvements. One of the factors the literature emphasizes the most is trade, especially the number of exports a country has and for which they need a better use of resources. In this respect, core assets related to the export of goods are relevant. However, to accomplish the goals of increasing exports, there must be an integration of related stakeholders. So, that being said, international trade is a key strategy for raising living standards, creating new employment, and additional consumption options. When dealing with trade-related issues, many parties get involved, and all of them are important on such exchanges activities. So, identifying the factors influencing progress to becoming more industrialized is relevant, as I just said. With this perspective in mind, this research focuses on developing economies for which the United Nations established as a priority the increase on exports under the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. One of the remarkable expectations relate to the improvement of life of these citizens. In this research particularly, I consider one of the basic resources, which is the transport infrastructure quality with the addition of logistics. In most instances, there is an accepted consensus that just having a good transport quality is enough to improve on trade. However, it is important to consider logistics as an essential resource regarding market integration and competitiveness. As such, there could be more opportunities to participate in the world economy, which is one of the biggest challenges right now, with the highest level of efficiency. So the main purpose of the research was to analyze the effects of these resources, namely transport infrastructure is common assets, roads, airport, seaport, railways, and logistics, in the exports of 29 developing countries, employing a micropanel data for 2012 up to 2018. Some of the expected contributions are to support leaders on business decision-making, which is always essential, provide for a better identification of future business location, and contribute to a better government understanding about the basic requirements from a managerial perspective. Therefore, we expect that innovative and more collaborative plans could be incorporated in the context of infrastructure of service, which seems to be less investigated. So different components were considered, such as the export of goods. The literature is very clear and had supported in many instances the importance as they have for a country economy, especially and particularly for the less advanced ones. So some of these developing countries are transitioning from an agriculture to a more industrialized economy. Therefore, this demands a better allocation of resources, not only to have a stronger presence in global markets, but to take advantage of new options to handle more diversified exports. It could also increase the chances to increase the participation in the vertical global value chains. Then I also had the transport infrastructure quality represented by its common model freight system, as I just said, roads, airports, seaports, and railways or railroads, which are considered as essential in international competitiveness, for which some of these countries are falling behind. The literature establishes the quality of these assets matter to increase productivity and efficiency. Particularly, transport effects into an economy have been studied in many contexts. Previous investigations, although they having mixed findings, usually focus on one transport asset. Therefore, it is still important to analyze the networking impacts and the networking effects on the international intermodal system. As a result, this will provide a better visualization concerning the functionality of these economies, which is particularly important now with the pandemic. So to see how you stand in terms of your basic resources. The study also considered the logistic performance at the macro level, meaning at the country level. Most business research focuses on logistics at the firm level, from a supply chain perspective. However, its efficiency as part of external business environment seems seldom investigated, while the inclusion of the logistics stakeholders as a private sector is essential more than ever. So literature underscored the reasons why they matter, particularly in the production networks, integration, distance reduction effects, which is the main focus of the gravity models in economics, and the improvement on trade-related costs, which matters for everyone, the government, the business, everyone wants to get less cost. And all these advantages supports the inclusion of logistics stakeholders in country development analysis like this one. So in this slide, I summarize the variables subject to the research. As a dependent variable, I had the export of goods to GDP. The export of services were excluded, as we are talking about the movement of products that we can that are tangible, that can move across and beyond borders. And then as a regressors or independent variables, I had considered the common freight assets quality, namely roads, airports, ports, railroads, and logistics performance. And the study was based on secondary data for which the main sources were the Global Competitiveness Report issued by the World Economic Forum. And we also retrieved data from the World Bank. So in terms of the methodology, we, after elaborating on a robust literature review and framework, several statistical analyses were performed, which included regressions, fixed effects as model, and a lag model. The study also considered exploratory exercises, such as the summary statistics, correlations, and variance inflation factors. So we ended up with a micropanel data performed for the 2012 up to 2018 for a total of 116 observations for countries holding the same development stage subject to data availability. Therefore, there were no missing observations on this study. So here I have the results of the initial estimations where the omitted nonlinearity was confirmed, as well as issues with the variance of residuals. The variance inflation factors were under 10 for regressors, which is under the acceptable range. I then performed a full OLS to decide about the random or fixed effects models, and the results led to the conclusion that a fixed effect panel data was the best alternative to analyze the data. So here I have the results of our research and the results of the fixed model. We employed a robust model because of the variance issues we had. Confirm a significant model at the 10% level with an R-square of 13%, where logistic was the only significant regressor with a negative effect for exports to GDP at the 10% level. So we can already see here that the level of logistics performance at the countries that were part of the study it's having a bad effect on the number of exports these countries are having. So in column number 2, we show the results for the lag model. And then where we also apply a robust model with a higher R-squared, as we can see, of 30%. It also evidenced the negative effects of logistics, now significant at 1% level, so it became more important. Roads and ports were also significant at 10% level, so they have a positive impact on the number of exports of these countries. However, airports were significant and were negative and significant at the 10% level. In the case of the airports, it is very important to notice that because of the expedited shipments and the global production networks, these countries should really take a look at this, because this will probably minimize the opportunities they may have or they may enjoy as being part of the integration global economy. So based on these results, it was concluded that a better management of resources is required, and governments should provide an environment where logistics can improve their performance. It could also be said that the logistics and transport infrastructure do have an effect on exports in these countries, which can affect the performance of the business in these locations. So, and people need employment, so this is important and this really matters. Logistics inclusion is relevant and perhaps more easily to implement than the continuous transport infrastructure building expenditures, which is always a concern for governments, particularly when they have other areas where to invest their money, their capital. So if by having logistics more integrated and contributing to their improvements, they could probably save some money to be invested in other important areas, such as education, health, and other issues that really matters. So part of the developing economies that were part of the study, for example, we had Mexico, we have India, we have Costa Rica. So that's a total of 29 countries. This research was already accepted for the Economics, Innovative and Economic Research Journal. So I hope it's going to be public pretty soon, so that you have more details about it. So to conclude this presentation, I have some of the reference use. As I mentioned before, there is more to it. There is a robust literature, particularly for the transport infrastructure. And I really appreciate your attention. This is my email, my institutional email, and I'm really love trade facilitation, logistics, knowledge management, innovation. So I'm on it. I really appreciate your attention. I wish you have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sanjuez-Diaz, for this elaborate presentation. Now, before we move on, are there any questions you would like to ask Professor Sanjuez-Diaz regarding her presentation? All right, up next, we've got two presenters coming from Serbia. Let me introduce Professor Snežana Radukic from Faculty of Economics, University of Niš, as well as Professor Zorana Kostic from Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, University of Niš. And our next two presenters will be delivering a presentation on the following topic: policy measures in Western Balkan countries in the context of COVID-19 crisis. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Chairman, Mr. Mastilo, dear colleagues, on behalf of Professor Snežana Radukic from Faculty of Economics, University of Niš, I would like to warmly greet you and to congratulate for such successful and fruitful presentations during this plenary session. I'm very grateful to organizing committee of the conference due to they do their best efforts to realize such a scientific event in this specific pandemic conditions. In this regard, let's move on with our presentation. I will share screen. Do you see our first slide?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Yes, thank you. And in the next few minutes, I have an honor to present main findings of our research entitled Policy Measures in Western Balkan Countries in the Context of COVID-19 Crisis. So let's start with some main goals and the subject of the paper. The subject of the research are the characteristics of policy measures in Western Balkan countries during the pandemic crisis, as I said, and possibility of their use in order to build favorable environment for the realization of the concept of sustainable development, which is very important and which is mentioned during the opening plenary session. The main aim of our research is to compare applied measures in the countries of the region to determine the possible effects and to predict some scenarios such as pre-COVID, baseline, and downline scenarios. And we start this presentation with this very interesting graph. And as we can see from it, containment policy flattened the medical curve, but steepened the recession curve as well. And this is very important statement for direction of our research. Look at this figure, and we can say that in all Western Balkan countries, the recession will be driven by a plunge in both domestic and foreign demand during the crisis. And particularly a severe recession affects Montenegro and Albania due to their reliance on tourism, as we all know. and deeper integration in global value chains and dependence on EU markets equals to supply side disruptions and a significant decline for export-oriented industries, especially for industries in Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedonia, and Serbia. In next two slides, we give some scenarios for Western Balkan as a group and by countries. Also, we present real GDP growth and spending by each component of the GDP for the last year, and of course scenarios for each country. And we can see exports and imports are the main components which will affect the real GDP growth. We can say that negative developments in the real sector will exacerbate existing fiscal and external imbalances, especially for countries with limited fiscal space. A longer crisis may also translate into less medium-term growth for all countries because of limited domestic and foreign investments. We are all aware of the fact that a prolonged pandemic would make the economic crisis increasingly difficult to handle. And look at this table. We present budget support measures which were adopted by countries in our region. And as we can see, Serbia has the biggest measures measured by percentage of GDP per capita. And I would like to mention then, while all countries have crisis response measures in place to cushion the demand effects on labor incomes and bankruptcies, Serbia, with more fiscal buffers, were able to finance larger support programs, and we can see in this scheme some measures which were applied by our country, and they are classified by fiscal and trade-related measures, monetary and financial measures, and social assistance. And I would like to mention this one of measures, such as cash transfer of 100 euros to all citizens, which we have implemented in the last year. In order to conduct research, we give some comparative analysis of measures for all countries in our region. And for example, Albania also implements some fiscal measures, monetary measures, and of course, social assistance. Bosnia and Herzegovina is also interesting country for analyze the implemented measures, and we can see some of measures, and I would like to mention also these social assistance measures, and we can see these funds for assistance and funds for healthcare cost coverage, which are very important position in all financial reports, of course, for the last year. Montenegro. Montenegro is interesting because similarly with Serbia, they implement some one-off support of 50 euros per person for pensioners, for vulnerable citizens, and unemployed. And this is something which has a big importance for society as well as for policymakers. Also, as we can see, North Macedonia a lot of measures are applied in this country also, and effects of these implemented measures will be seen in the next period. And I wouldn't like to emphasize some special one, but it's very important to highlight this overview of measures and different types of measures for each country, which be very important for the results. And according to these measures, World Bank Group give these projections, these baseline scenarios and downlight scenarios for each country for the next year. And we will see what will happen and what will results will be achieved in the next year, of course, based on these applied measures. And for conclusion, I would like to mention that the uncertain duration of the pandemic is a critical dilemma for policymakers, and optimal mitigation measures for a shorter crisis with a quick recovery can be inefficient and costly for all countries in Western Balkan region if the crisis endures. And we can say that the economic recovery is sustainable over the medium term. Some countries in the region need to build in their economies, need to become more resilient to shocks, and all countries need to continue to pursue structural reforms in order to boost productivity growth. And this is our main conclusion and some statement which we like to point out. Thank you for your attention. You can see our email address, and if you have any comments, any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you very much for your attention, and we wish you successful and fruitful work during this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kostic, as well as your co-author, Professor Radukic. Now, before we move on, are there any questions that the participants would like to ask of Professor Kostic? Okay, thank you. Now, let me introduce our next presenter, Professor Prince Fosu, coming from School Analytics, Finance, and Economics in Southern Illinois University, Carbondale, Illinois, the US. And the professor is going to give us a talk on the following topic. Does railway lines investments matter for economic growth? So Professor Fosu, you have the floor. Professor Fosu, are you with us? Okay, we're moving on. And next we've got Professor Nenad Vunjak from Modern Business School in Belgrade, Serbia. Professor Miloš Dragosavac from Modern Business School in Belgrade, Serbia, as well as Davor Šolaja, Secretary of the Government of the Brčko District in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And they are going to give us a talk on the following subject: the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the parameters of the banking sectors of the Western Balkan countries, statistical analysis. Okay, we're moving on, and we're not going to have a coffee break, given that we have not been given the two presentations that we have announced beforehand. So next, we are going to introduce Professor Yawan Bogdan Baku from George Emil Palade University of Medicine, Pharmacy, Sciences and Technology of Târgu Mureș, Romania, as well as Professor Manuela Rosalia Gabor, coming from George Emil Palade University of Medicine, Pharmacy, Sciences and Technology of Târgu Mureș, Romania. And the speakers are going to give us a talk on the topic, tourism economy, mountain tourism, quantitative analysis of winter destinations in Romania.
Yeah, hi everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, perfect. I will share the screen now. Let's see if it's working.
And we can see your presentation as well.
Perfect. Yeah, well, so as my colleague said, I will talk a bit about the tourism economy, and in special, I will talk about mountain tourism, and we made a quantitative analysis of winter destination in Romania. I have also an agenda, a short agenda. I will talk about like an introductions, about the methods and results. We also found some limitations and the conclusions. Well, the continuous development on mountain tourism derives from the multiple positive points that the mountain has in satisfying the particularly diverse tourist needs. The strong point, it's represented by extremely valuable and complex tourist potential, as well as the variety of natural and anthropical resources. The complementary of these resources makes the arrangement and develop of winter resorts with a useful and attractive profile called ski areas to be more and more common in mountain areas. The purpose of this paper is to analyze winter destination in order to conclude whether like Romania can create a competitive advantage based on this type of tourism, both at European and global level. We used statistical data for all Romanian resorts for ski destination, respectively the total number of practical kilometers, total number of cableway installations, and the accommodation capacity. According to an international report on snow and mountain tourism, the Carpathian Mountains are the second largest mountain in range in Europe, but Romania is still quite an unknown and undiscovered winter destination. It has only 47 ski resorts with about 141 ski lifts, and which is like 20% of which have been installed in renewed in the last 15 years. But it's an attractive destination for foreign visitors because the prices are relatively low compared to most of the Europe, and some ski slopes are lit for night skiing. However, it estimated that ski resorts in Romania will attract approximately 1.2 million visits per year. According to the National Institute of Statistics, the accommodation capacity in those 20 countries where mountain tourism is the main income in the field of tourism are found in 2017 around 5,500 accommodation units, which tourist receptions function, with an increase of 17% if you compare with 2016. The highest county, I mean the county with the highest accommodations is Brașov. I'm pretty sure you heard about Bran or Dracula Castle. Well, and the other graph, you can see what I also mentioned, the ski areas in Romania, the national skiers, we are like 500,000. and the average ski visit per year is 1,200,000. But we have just 141 lifts for those ski areas. As a method, in order to carry out the quantitative analysis of the mountain tourism, respectively, of the distribution of the ski infrastructure, we use the SPSS 23.0 software, and the following variables were included in the study as county, historical region, number of resorts per county, total number of practical kilometers, total number of cableway installations, and accommodation capacity for 2070 as a main point. To analyze the associations and differences between those indicators, we use the following statistical methods: Pearson parametric correlations to analyze the correlation between the indicators included in the study, bivariate chi-square test to test whether there are statistically significant differences between those indicators by county or by historical region, and not at least the student's t-test for paired samples to test whether there are statistically significant differences between the average of these indicators. As the results, as you can see from the table of Pearson correlations, coefficients, it's observed that there are both correlation of medium intensity and strong intensity, and statistically significant as the follows. There is a direct correlation of strong intensity between the number of total practicable kilometers and total number of cableway installations. There is a direct correlation of medium to strong intensity between the number of resorts in a county and total number of cable transports and facilities. That happens because if you have just 1 kilometer of ski, like practicable ski, you cannot have 3 cableways transportations. With the help of bivariate chi-square test, the new hypothesis was tested, H0, which is there are no statistically significant differences depending on the county or historical region of the results regarding the indicators in the study. The results are structurally presented in the table. And applying the student t-test to compare the means for paired samples, it's observed from the results presented in the table that there are statistically significant between differences depending on the historical region of the resorts and average values of the indicators in the study. For the following indicators: number of total practicable kilometers, total number of cableway installations, and accommodation capacity in 2017. We also use the descriptive statistics for indicators grouped by historical regions, and it presents the absolute frequencies, the average values detailed on each indicators, and the historical regions. Limitations. Well, in terms of skiing, as the main component of mountain tourism, in the white season, we found some limitations for the research that we made. So we need to mention that most of the slopes in Romania are less than 1 kilometer long, many of them being at low altitude. Also, we have to mention the seasonality of tourist activities in the mountain resorts on the white component. Because it's another delicate issue from this point of view. Why? Because the maintenance of profile equipment in the off season, or changing financial resources, or why not identifying and dramatizing the human factor with the competence in tourism. Also, another limitations are the rising temperature that comes with climate alter. poor conditions of the roads and non-existent of the speed roads between the key cities in Romania. We don't have we properly don't have highways, and it's quite difficult to arrive from a part of Romania to another. And many tourists in Romania prefer to travel to countries such as Austria, Switzerland, France for winter holidays. There are around 2 million Romanians that used to go out like in other countries to practice the sport. And like all the other sectors of tourism, winter sports tourism has suffered due to restriction imposed by authorities during the COVID-19 pandemics. As conclusions, well, the added value of tourism in Romania, it's offered by the so-called practice of a total tourism, expressed by diversity of natural and tropical resources that the tourist territory of Romania can enjoy. Following the quantitative analysis that we did of the indicators that characterize the winter tourist activity, especially in the mountain areas of Romania, we can conclude that there are significant differences between the main mountains regions of the country regarding the total number of cable transportation facilities and according to the key square by rate test results. There are also statistically significant differences between mountain regions in terms of total number of practical kilometers and total number of cable transportations according to the student t-test applied, and the development of winter tourist resorts aims in particular at develop the infrastructure and the material base. Through the project in force, the resorts are assuming an increase in the number of skiable kilometers and the cable transportation facilities. Yes, for the future research we will be based on preferences and motivations of Romanian consumers in the practice of winter sports in Romania, comparatively with a competitive country, which is for us Austria, the closest one, and a post-consumption evaluation of these tourist packages for winter tourism in Romania. Also, for the relevance of the next studies, we will take in considerations to include development of Romanian destinations innovativeness model by grouping the elements of interest into like using the structural equation model methodology, which is political and legal environment, social cultural environment, and natural environment and technological environment. Well, finally, this paper fill a gap in the literature, both theoretical and practical point of view, being the first one used using the statistical analysis for winter destination in Romania. Thank you all for all your attentions. There are our emails and looking forward for questions.
Thank you, Professor Baku, for your nice presentation. Okay, the discussion is open. So are there any questions you would like to ask the professor?
Could I ask?
Oh, yes.
Something?
Yes, Professor Jukic. Yes, you have the floor. You may ask the question.
Little short question. I'm delighted of this this presentation because I enjoy winter tourism, and I was several times in Romania. Especially, I'm delighted being in Transylvania, in Dracula Castle and so on. But I haven't yet skied in Romania. I hope it will be adequate program, total tourism program, not only oriented to Romania, but to all Balkans. what do you think about one interesting tourism program of total Balkans tourism?
Well, I will definitely promote the ski resorts in Romania, like in order to practice the ski resorts for tourists that are not from Romania, in special the ones which are coming to Bran, which is like in Brașov, close to the, I would say the most beautiful winter destination in Romania. It's called Poiana Brașov. So definitely I would like also to do like tourist packages, including those practicing the winter sports, practicing the winter sports in Romania, together with visiting the historical regions and enjoying the culture of Romanian, and also the kindness of Romanian people. Yeah, definitely there are a lot to do here, both in promoting and exploring the tourism, the mountain tourism, and the true potential of Romanian as a Balkan country. So yeah, we definitely have to promote more, and then I mean, we have to give more and then to promote more as a country.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Đukić, for your question, as well as Professor Baku for his thorough explanation. Are there any further questions? Thank you once again, and we're moving on to presenting our next speakers. So next we've got Professor Catalina Rivero from Department of Economics, University of Buenos Aires, Argentina, as well as Professor Pedro Acuña from Department of Economics, University of Buenos Aires in Argentina. And the topic of their discussion is income shocks and child mortality rates, evidence from fluctuations in oil prices. Okay, unfortunately, the professors are not with us. Be that as it may, we are moving on to our next presentation, and our next speaker is Professor Maidili Koloru and Professor Tetiana Semenenko from Sami State University in Ukraine, and they'll be giving us a talk on the topic income inequalities in EU countries, Gini indicator analysis.
Thank you for the opportunity, and I will share the slides. Give me a minute.
Okay.
A cup of word, please. Hello, dear colleagues. I'm glad to join the conference and welcome everyone. I'm also glad to present Ukraine and Sumi State University here. Thank you.
Okay. We can see your presentation, so you may begin.
Okay, so everybody can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Dr. Maithili, and my co-author, Dr. Titiana, will be talking about income inequalities in EU countries and analysis of the Gini indicator. The famous leader Franklin Roosevelt said that when you want to test the nation's progress, you don't see whether you're able to provide more to the haves of the society, but you want to make sure that you're able to provide enough to the have-nots of the society. So something in line with seeing that there is income inequality is a true acid test for the progress of society. Our study basically focuses on the Gini coefficient of equalized disposable income, the data we have taken from 2005 to 2019 for the 27 EU countries. We group them further to investigate the income inequality behavior of these countries. we found that the indicator value demonstrate a reasonably equal distribution not exceeding 40%, or for all countries except for Bulgaria. And we observe some general trends that there aren't any specific general trends when you look at the financial crisis period. We all know about the EU and how much they are contributing to the world economic GDP, and that it's a novel economic and political union of 27 countries. 19 of these 27 countries are enjoying the euro and its benefits. Income inequality is a natural consequence of economic performance, individual performance across the globe. Income inequality needs to be curtailed and contained so that it doesn't have a negative impact on economic growth and development. It doesn't result in negative influence on taxes. It doesn't result in conflicts and other kind of challenges that come about in societies because of the widening income inequality which is found in society today. When we look at the 2007 and 9 crisis that was there, we see that it had a significant impact on the household income, on the economic income within the EU region. The effect is more marked and seen quite visible in the Baltic and the Southern European regions. They had a significant impact. So the result is that the crisis affected the income inequality. Though there was a recession recovery made by most of the countries by around 2014, the impact is still felt. Even after the crisis, that there is an increasing income inequality across the countries. Let's quickly take you through the literature review. I will not be talking about all of them, but just a few of them to give you a glance of the literature review that we went through. For example, Piketty quoted that the higher income inequality does have an impact on adverse socio-economic outcomes in advanced countries. Elzer also said that the Gini index, which we have also used for our study, can be used for any size of distribution. Royola and his co-authors also studied Guinea for a long period of time, and it was with Guinea and the GDP, which showed that highly developed economies have a lower income inequality. Some of the studies of Krugman have shown the role of inequality in the progress of the country, that it is very much required to have a lower level of income inequality if you want the country to progress. Grigorgo also went ahead and stated that Guinea is a well-suited and well-studied index with a long history, and it's used many a time to measure income inequality. Based on the extensive literature review that we did, we formulated 3 objectives. The first objective was to highlight the trends in income inequality distribution relative to the global financial crisis, and then to analyze the S80-S20 ratio to do a calculation of the coefficient of correlation for the Gini coefficient values. And last, to predict the Gini coefficient for future 3 periods. Now, let me walk you through the methodology. The present study, like I told you, is taken from the Eurostat data. Most of the data is taken from there, and it is for a period of 2005 to 2019. So the data period is also quite long. So we obtained this information, and then we classified these countries, group them on basis of homogeneous characteristics that we observed. And this classification was mostly based on the sample standard deviation. To this, then we applied variations of interval series with equal intervals, and we formed 6 countries as our sample. The basis of that was Stuger's formula, for which we use the algorithm, and here you can see the formula and how it is applicable, and in 3 steps, so that we plotted the levels and we got the 3 countries as the sample. So once we formulated these countries, we used Microsoft forecast function to determine the trend and calculate the Gini coefficient predictable values. We calculated the future trends based on the ETS algorithm, that is the exponential smoothing algorithm with the AAA version. And then we predicted what could be the future period. We did up to 2022. Now, to take you through some of the results, my co-author, Dr. Titiana, will walk us through the results.
Thank you, Dr. Nisili. I hope hearing is well, yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So in this slide, we can see the Gini coefficient behavior from 2005 to 2019 for 27 European countries. Our analysis was complicated because the Eurostat statistical database for Gini coefficient contained incomplete information for all countries relevant at the time of the study and was not formed at one time. We had to turn to other sources which also introduced problems informing the database for research. After all, it's known that there are various algorithms for calculating the Gini coefficient, allowing the use of different levels of income, before or after taxation, with or without transfers and other nuances. We decided to consider the indicators values from other sources only if Eurostat's exceeding values for different periods coincided. As a result, several cells in our table related to Croatia and Bulgaria were left blank. We also assume that we came across inaccurate information in the event of a contradiction with the available Eurostat data. Our time interval includes years of the financial crisis. See please two gray columns. We found indicators value demonstrates an even distribution of income not exceeding 40% in all countries of the European Union except Bulgaria. You can see 30.8%. We highlighted the values of the highs and lows for all 27 countries, pink and green color respectively. We did this only to demonstrate that the spread of these values is not related to crisis period. There is no synchronicity in the Gini coefficient reaching extremes. In order to concentrate on the analysis of the Gini coefficient values, we decided to form a short list of countries represent our general list. As a criterion for classification, we took the standard deviation of the sample. By the way, in the big table, the list of countries is presented in a sorted form for this very indicator. Next slide, please. We took the number of elements in the totality, 27. According to Sargent formula, we obtained a value for the number of intervals 5.769. That is, the list of 27 countries was divided into 6 groups. The steps width of the interval was 0.41. Next one, please. One country in each group was selected based on the median's criterion. When the group contained an even number of countries, the country was established which corresponded to the sample standard deviation preceding the median. As a result, a short list of countries for in-depth analysis was determined: Italy, Spain, Germany, Slovakia, Hungary, and Bulgaria. Next slide, please. We supplemented the analysis of extreme values with an estimate of the rate of growth of the indicator, which made it possible to feel the scope and direction of change in the indicator to each of the 6 countries separately and compare countries with each other. Interestingly, the Gini coefficient values give the different amplitude of fluctuations for Italy and Spain. The increase is, the coefficient value is within 9%. And for Bulgaria, more than 30%. Next one, please. We were interested in introducing the study field, the ratio S80 to S20 disposable income quintile share for shortlisted countries. This ratio shows the ratio of the 80% of people with the highest household income in total household income to 20% of persons with the lowest household income in total household. This analysis made it possible to single out Germany and Bulgaria as the countries with the smallest and largest ratios respectively. Next one, please. Calculation of the correlation coefficient for Gini coefficient values and the S80 to S20 ratio showed the weak strength of the statistical relationship. Only for Spain, the value reaches 0.86, which is not enough naturally for generalization. Dr. Misili, you may continue, please.
Thank you, Dr. Tatiana. Now I will be taking you through the predicts that we made for these countries until a period of 2022. Now, what we have here is we did the analysis and we predicted the Gini values moving forward. We start with Italy. Now, we look at the amplitude of variations. They're quite short and they're quite high for Italy. Moving forward into 2022, we see a small increase in the amplitude of variation, and we see the high and the low are relatively the same. If you want to look at Spain, the amplitude of variation is very, very high, and the future predict for the Gini variable is also high. The high and the low are also quite different. Germany has a relatively less amplitude variations when we look at the graph, and we see the predict for the future is only slightly high as compared to 2019. And the upper value and the lower value are also almost the same. Slovakia is the one exception we found in all of these countries with the Gini value going down. That means that the income inequality is going down and the income equality is going high for Slovakia, with the high value and the low value being just the same, almost the same. When we look at Hungary also, the amplitude of variation is not too high, and the future also is slightly high, with the upper and the lower values being almost the same. Bulgaria graph is also reasonably good, but with a high side moving towards 2022 as compared to 2021. In final conclusion, when we look at the findings of what our study did, the absence of any general trends in income inequality during 2008 and 9, that's the great financial crisis, we observed that the S80 by S20 ratio had a weak strength in terms of statistical relationships. And the analysis of those ratios showed us that Germany had a small ratio, smallest ratio, and Bulgaria had a very large ratio in terms of comparison. And when we look at the list of results of the predicts for the future of the countries, we see that the Gini coefficient for all the countries is high, like I just showed you now. I took you through the six countries. We see a small high slide towards all the countries except Slovakia, which seems to be a downtrend, which is a positive sign. That is, they are the only country which is moving towards income equality. In conclusion, I would like to say that we have studied the Gini behavior for quite a long period of time, from 2005 to 2019. And we shortlisted the countries based on the Stooges formula. We did the analysis and we got 6 countries. We further investigated these 6 countries and realized that Slovakia is one of the countries whose average shows a downtrend for the income inequality moving forward up to 2022. Concerning as to why we did only till 2022 when we could have gone forward with the trend analysis is we thought that the pandemic is still going on. It's an ongoing phenomenon still. In some countries, it has reduced. In some countries, it's increasing as we speak today. So we restricted our study only till 2022 because the effect of pandemic is something that we would not be able to estimate. Now, most of the researches are done in a certain set of limitation. So is this research done? And the limitation is that we have used only Gini coefficient. We haven't taken any other measures. We also haven't formulated any multivariate models. So there is a lot of scope for further research in terms of an in-depth analysis of these 3 countries in terms of Germany, Bulgaria, and Slovakia. There is also scope as to investigate what were the monetary policies, physical policies of these countries and how they are related to SAT, S20 and even the predicts. So what is the further scope there? There is also scope that you could extend the study or you could shift the study to look at BRICS nations, you can look at G20, you can look at emerging economies or even European countries. So with this in mind, we were able to study these countries and there is a lot of scope for this research. These are some of the references that were used in the literature review and both of us are open for any questions if you would have any, and we would like to thank all of you for your patient listening and the opportunity to present.
Thank you very much, Professor Kaluru, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to our discussions and questions, if there are any. Okay,
I would like to use this moment and say thank you very much, Dr. Misili, for our collaboration. It was great, incredible experience for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, Professor Mastilo sends his regards or I shall send his regard on behalf of Professor Mastilo, and he's looking forward to your future cooperation. Okay, now, before we move on, in view of the fact that some of the authors who were supposed to present their papers in our today's conference did not show up for the conference, we have a suggestion, namely that we move on, skip our lunch break and move on with our agenda. So what do you think? Do you agree with this suggestion?
Totally agree.
Okay.
Totally, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. In that case, we are going to introduce our next speaker, Professor Giovanni Tarantino, who comes from Law of Social and Educational Inclusion, researcher of philosophy of law, University of Salento, Lecce, Italy. And the topic of discussion is respect for the reality nature of historical things, a parallelism between Antonio Rosmini and Francesco D'Agostino. Notes for an Ethical Transformation of Law and Economics in the Post-Pandemic Era. So, Professor Tarantino, are you with us? Okay, we're moving on, and next we've got presenter Professor Manuela Rosalia Gabor from George Emil Palade University of Medicine, Pharmacy, Sciences and Technology of Târgu Mureș, Romania, and Camelia Angelica Dambin, also coming from George Emil Palade University of Medicine, Pharmacy, Sciences and Technology. And our next two presenters are going to deliver a presentation on the topic Implications of Emotional Intelligence in Human Resource Management. Professors, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. In fact, my my colleagues, she is my PhD students, will present because it's a part of their thesis, doctoral thesis, and she's the best to present this theoretical concept, and more of them practical insights of emotional intelligence and implication for stress and time management. In fact, I think she's online. Okay.
Okay, if she's online. Then she can open the PowerPoint presentation and share it with us.
Okay. A few minutes because it's the first international conference for her. Just a little bit of patience, please.
Okay.
Thank you. And she has a good assistant, her child, for technological issues.
Professor Gabor, would you like to have your presentation adjourned?
Yes, I am prepared. So sorry. For
so you are ready?
Yes, for the third papers that I am co-author. It's my colleague Julia Varga. It is her papers. I have a little contribution for this. I present. It's about the Internet of Things and the implication of social media for decision to travel, because in the last year especially, we travel only virtual, and many destination tourism has a lot of promoting on social media. Maybe to not forget to travel, maybe to not change our decision to travel, internal or external. And this is a paper about this kind of decision, how social media and a photo on social media influence us to travel. And I don't know, but I saw many pictures from my travel or from Istanbul. And yesterday in the evening, Facebook showed me a picture with more star. Maybe it's not only a coincidence to see that photo. Okay, this is my presentations, the influence of social networks in travel decisions. All the people know about the increasing of users of the internet, of the social media, and in the last year we saw how useful can be even until March 2020. It was on some kind of blacklist for the parents or for us to socialize physically, not only virtually. But today we conclude that it's very important for us. Since the rise of the internet is early in 1990, the world's networked population has grown from millions to billions in a very short time. Over the same period, social media have become a fact of life for civil society worldwide, involving many actors, regular citizens, activists, non-governmental organizations, telecommunication firms, software providers, governments, and all of us. The social media is an important aspect of tourism industry. It provides to the tour operators a multitude of tools through which they can influence consumer perception, tools that are easy to use, have low cost, but can at the same time, if not properly used, to negatively affect the consumers. Social media provides information for travelers on the destination and the touristic enterprises located at such destination and contain the opinions and experience of people who have traveled there, affecting the decision-making process. On the other hand, tourism enterprises are able to reach the idea and opinions of the travelers on the experience via social media and thus understand their customers better and gain a competitive edge in the market. And it's so important to tour operators or tourist agencies. Concept and their particularities in Romania, because the study is focused on only on the Romanian consumers. Nowadays, the terms tourism and tourist can be appreciated as international terms and are used in the most modern language in the destination of travel and, of course, people traveling for tourism purpose. Social media are online platforms that facilitate global collaboration and sharing amongst users. It includes websites and other online tools called social networks that enable people and organizations to get, create, and share content by interacting with others about topics of common interest. From the graphical below, we can see that Facebook is most social media use tools, followed by YouTube, WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, Instagram, of course, TikTok for teenagers. My children use a lot of TikTok. I find about TikTok from my child. The relation between social network and tourism. Technological advancement has contributed to fundamental change in the tourism industry and help people to make a travel decision. Nowadays, tourists have more confidence in the opinion of other people who have traveled to a certain country area only using social networks. We can see that word of the mouth is the most used channel to find such details and finally to make a decision. Tourism industry relies mainly on information and communication technology for promotional activity, sales, or development of customer relationship. When it comes to travel and decision making, we can remember to saying a picture is worth thousands words. Instagram is based on image, and a really good photo which conveys a state, if it's accompanied by a short story, can make the difference between going over it without measuring and making a travel decision. In my classes, I teach my students to tell story about their destination and tourism experience, because they sell better than other instruments. People started using social networks in as many ways as possible. For example, on Facebook, before the appearance of the marketplace sales function, people created groups for the purpose of selling. For example, at local level, our county in Romania, Mureș County, we have many groups such as Buy, Sell Mureș, Mureș Market, Announcement Mureș, each of them having thousands of members. To empirical research regarding this aspect, we use a sample. It's not a very representative sample that we can infer our results at national or international level. It's only an opinion of the moment, like we can say. We have almost half and a half, male and female. Most of them young people, very young people, 18 and 29 years old. A lot of them middle-aged people, and only 3% over 50 years old. Marital status, most of them unmarried, they are young and almost normal. Occupation, not working, I repeat, they are young, and 74% employees, and 1/3 parts students. Completed study, vocational school, a lot of them, high school and university, almost a half, and master degree. Some findings of our empirical research: how much do you spend daily on social networks? Most of them, between 2 and 5 hours. It's a lot, in my opinion, by its opinion of professor, of parents. Do you follow travel agency on social networks? Yes, most of them on Facebook, but more of these people, no. They don't follow on a tourist agency on the Facebook. Do you follow pages or accounts or travel groups on social networks? Yes, of course, on Facebook, but or approximately equal percent, no. They are extreme point of view. Have you ever been tempted to go on a trip because of a photo seen on a social media? 51, yes, on Facebook and Instagram. Yes, on Facebook, only 25. Yes, on Instagram, only 16. Have you been tempted to buy a holiday offer presented on social networks by a travel agency? Yes, and I bought both 9 of them. Yes, but I didn't buy it, 45, and no, half of the subject. Do you look on social network before making on travel decision? Half a half, or mostly. Yes and no, but the majority for no. When you are on holiday, do you post photo on social networks? Yes, of course, on Instagram and Facebook, most of them, and Instagram only 21. Do you specify the location in the social media post? Yes, for 8%. Do you use a hashtag when posting a holiday photo? Yes, for 45%. It is important to know friends that I was there, maybe in Istanbul, maybe in Mostar, maybe in Belgrade, and another beautiful country. We've also used statistical methods to test some hypotheses, and it was most used statistical test, chi-square test, to see if there are certain statistical correlations, association effect between various variables, and the conclusion were as follows. For the hypothesis, there are no significant differences between age and the temptation to go on a trip because of a photo seen on social network was rejected, the value of chi-square being higher than the theoretical value for this statistics. The hypothesis, there are no statistical significance differences between age and posting holidays photo on social networks, was also rejected. The hypothesis, there are no significant differences between marital status and the use of hashtags, was rejected. That means that not important the marital status, not important the age, not important the other social demographic characteristic of the users to use and to post a photo on their experience travels. Some conclusion, statistics show that people are each day more and more present in the online environment and on social media, share their vacation, opinions, ideas, and criticism through them, and in response, social networks have adapted and they give us what we are interested in, observing our past action or coming with new and more attractive facilities. Online platforms such as social networks, blogs, video, audio, or knowledge sharing platform are considered as marketing tools, because very efficiency marketing tools, because they offer both the possibility to promote product and services and also to obtain precision information about the need and behavior of consumers, not only the young consumers. If we take in consideration the new type of tourism, silver tourism, dedicated to the retired persons. Today, social media has a significant impact over the tourism industry most of the time. The user-generated content is more important than any official information, so it's crucial for any company to develop a solid and effective social media strategy, and a real one, adapted to their target. According to our study, the profile of the person who's influenced by social networks in making a travel decision is woman, age between 18 and 29 years old, employed and unmarried, lives in the urban area and graduate university. She spends around 2 and 5 hours a day on social networks, does not follow travel agency on social media, was tempted on travel because of a photo seen on Facebook or Instagram, follows on Facebook pages or travel groups, was not tempted to buy an offer posted on social networks by a travel agency, did not have a planned vacation during pandemic time, but plans a trip to relax after the restriction imposed by the authorities will be lifted, post on Facebook and Instagram holidays photo, specify location in social media post, and don't use the hashtag options. Some of the references, thank you very much. And my name and my colleague's name, Julia Varga, who travel in this moment in the country because it's her birthday, and it's a very good reason to travel. Please, any questions? And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Gabor. Are there any questions regarding the presentation? Okay.
Yes, I got a question. Can I ask? This is Sean from Oman. Yeah, I'm trying to understand from your study, are there any, because of the tourism sector which is affected, so in your current study, is there a way that you've understood that people don't need to travel to the actual location, but they can enjoy the benefits of those tourist spots from the social media perspective? Is there any trend in those lines?
This study have an important limit that I missed to tell, because was conducted before pandemic, and we want to repeat them and to see and statistical testing if this there are some changes in consumer behavior, especially in the young people, because in Europe, young people travel a lot. In my opinion, my personal opinion is traveling is a good exercise to open the minds, our minds, and especially the young people. I think is during the pandemic, all the tourism stakeholders change their strategies and adapt. And I saw these changes in ex-students of mine who administrate this kind of stakeholders, agency or tourism tour operators, and use a lot of Google recommendations. They have a new platform for online booking, not only for a physically discussion at the agency about the proximity holidays. We all of them hope this in this summer we come back in our normal life. I hope I answered to your questions.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
Hey, thank you very much. Do we have any further questions? Professor Gabor, if your assistant has in the meantime managed to sort out her technical issues, we suggest that you jump on to your presentation as well.
She's online, I saw her, and I think he's prepared to present his beautiful works.
Okay.
A lot of success. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm glad to be with you at this conference.
Welcome.
My study is entitled Implication see
your presentation.
Okay, implication of emotional intelligence in human resource management. My study is this pilot study brings to the before measure and topical issue in modern society, namely the importance of emotional intelligence in interpersonal relationship in an organization, and the link between emotional intelligence, stress, and job satisfaction. This study is one of the only available in the country that address the three basic concepts, such as emotional intelligence, work motivation, and performance. The relationship between emotional intelligence, stress, and work motivation of employees in a car manufacturing company was investigated, was performed on the group of 50 people in order to identify some physiological factor involved in emotional distress that can lead to decreased professional motivation. This article includes basics such as emotional intelligence in an organization, emotional skills, and managerial performance, and factors that lead to decreased job satisfaction. The article includes the goal, the proposed research, hypothesis, conceptual methodology, emotional intelligence, and job satisfaction. Statistical analyses were performed using the SPSS 20 program using descriptive statistic analysis of percentage frequencies, correlation, the significant association of the stress variable with seniority R0 208, P0005, obtained from research the enterprises relationship between emotional intelligence and managerial performance, and job satisfaction was established, correlation was found. In the last 15 years, the research between the relationship between emotional intelligence and the manager style has been found by many research. Most studies have been based of the relationship between emotional intelligence and the effectiveness of leaders and the relationship of the leader or manager employed. According to research, Damaso, Ekman, and Richard, emotional and generally effective relation of medium intensity, which have a relation, short intensity, which in order accompanied by a change in the organic sphere and the chemical level leading in the adoption of a behavior. It is a system of defense that can affect the individual's ability and speed relation, emotional, is a mental state introduced by one or more internal or external stimuli. Stress results as a physiological and physiological condition of an individual's body in response when his resources are now sufficient to cope with the situation. Organization stress occur when employees are subject to mental tension at work. Tension will feel that strong pressure that the employee cannot manage. Organization stress occurred when employees are subject to mental tension at work. Tensions felt and as strong pressure. Motivation consists of drawing energy that trains the individual to act, to do something which influence our lives. The object proposed in this pilot study are the following. Objective one, analysis of the concepts of stress, emotional intelligence, and professional motivation. Object to identify and evaluating emotional intelligence, stress, stressor, and motivation as a motivator in industry employees. Objective 3, identify a tool for assessing stress, motivation, and emotional intelligence, and adapt it to the specificity of the population. And objective 4, the interdependence between the 3 elements: stress, emotional stress, and professional motivation. This is a literature review. Goleman presents 5 main constructs of emotional intelligence, namely awareness, self-regulation, social ability, empathy, and motivation. Dobrescu and Petrovai see distress or negative stress is a state of mental tension in which you feel overwhelmed by situation and threats of more than you can face as an individual. Occupation stress is defined as an imbalance between the requirements understood by a person and his ability to react to these requirements. Methodology and results. Basis of the study mentions above, certain hypotheses have been proposed, namely hypothesis 1, there is a significant relationship between emotional intelligence and employee age. Hypothesis 2, there is a significant relationship between the sex of individual and emotional intelligence. And hypothesis 3, there is a significant relationship between employee compensation and stress. The car manufacturer from the Târgu Mureș in a Romanian company based or production as its main activity between establishes in 1994 and 1997, another sister company was established, which does not focus on production, but on the distribution of products gasoline service. The study was performed on the number 50 employees from the car construction company in Târgu Mureș. The participation in the study was made by simple randomization between 1 December 2020, 28 March 2021. The random stabilizing technique of 50 employees of a car manufacturing from Târgu Mureș, when woman and man was used. Correlation design was used, and the group of subject was in the age range of 20-70 years of both sex, with different qualification and coming from different backgrounds. We distributed a number of 50 questionnaires for stress, and the response were thus classified as 32 being women and 68 men. The employees were in the age group with the highest share were in the 40-50 age group, representing 38 percent, and persons aged between 20-30 years responded 16%, age between 30-40 years they responded 14%, and between 40-60 years they responded 20%. Between 60-70 years, they responded 11%. The results also showed that 70% are married and 22% are single and 8% are divorced. Regarding the level of schooling, 26 have a university degree, 18% have a post-secondary education, and 32 have a high school education, and 24% have a vocational school. Among the employees involved, 68 are from urban areas and 32% are from rural areas. This result is figure grander distribution of the subject study by sex, and figure 2 distribution by age group of subject study. The third independent variable is the area of origin, rural area and urban area in this distribution of the subject figure 2. The fourth independent variable is the seniority in distribution of employee, figure 4, distribution of employees according to seniority in the institution under study. From the graph above, we can see that the subject with the longest seniority in the institution, 30 years, dominate, responding 58%. Results, the significance associating discrete variable chi-square test show us that the value of statistical significance is 0.882 0.005, so it is not statistically significant. This table hypothesis test summary, independent sample crustal Wallis test, and variable, and according to the data provided, it can be seen that there is a significant correlation between the age of the employees and the age in the institution, which means that the institution is looking for experienced people to have good results, which few rejections experience gains over the years. As can be seen, there is a significant close correlation at the significance truth of P005 between 6 and seniority in the institution, stress and seniority 0.3337, age and stress, emotional intelligence and stress, GDI salary and stress, and promotion with GDI test salary. From the table above, we can see that there is a significant correlation at the significance truth of P001 between seniority in the institution and total seniority 0.508 age and seniority 0.933. Ahead of GDI test and seniority in the institution is 0.368. The summary of the crustal Wills independent sample test slow, that's the asymptomatic is 0.487. Emotional intelligence can be learned and developed over the lifetime and can be learned from one's own experience or the experience of others. Our competence in a field can increase as we mature intellectually and emotionally. Research in the field has slowed the emotional intelligence is a more reliable predictor of success in life. In conclusion, emotional intelligence is the ability of the individual to recognize and understand their own emotional and those of others, to use their own awareness to manage their behavior according to human interrelationship, to increase creativity, to reduce stress level, to make the individual confident in the attitude, to improve empathic and communication skill, to gain to respect of other, to have ability to easily adapt to change. The result showed that the factors that influence the involvement in work are the following: age, sex, and seniority in work. In general, involvement increases with age and seniority in the company, and this for several reasons. On the other, you get finding a job, work is more difficult, and the individual will be inclined to connect more strongly with the current organization. The results of the study confirm that there is a stress in the organization employees, consolidating the findings of the older authors who have written about stress and emotional intelligence and stress and professional motivation. Hypothesis one regarding the experience of the relationship between emotional intelligence and age has a strong impact. So people with a strong emotional intelligence locate at a high level. I understand the emotional and the feeling to those around me in a more empathic way. Wisdom coming with age, and other research have Sloan, C. Kapman, and Hyslop. The distribution of GD test work is the same between the categories and of many independent sample test, crustal welding, 276 holds the null hypothesis. Motto was is in front of the behind us are small problems compared to what is inside us. Say Oliver Wells Holmes. Thank you for the audience.
Thank you very much. Now, are there any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you once again. And now we would like to introduce our next presenter, Professor Muhammad Mushfiqul Haq Mukit from Department of Economics, Jahangir Nagar University, Savar, Dhaka in Bangladesh, as well as all of his co-authors. And they're going to give us a talk on the topic the economic influence on consumers' buying behavior in Islamic countries, evidence from the COVID-19 economic crisis. Okay, unfortunately, the professor is not with us today. Okay, and now we are going to move on to our next presenters, and let me introduce Professor Dragana Basic from University of Banja Luka, Faculty of Economics, Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as Professor Predrag Đurić from NLB Bank Banja Luka in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And they'll be talking about adaptability of the model of securitization to the conditions of an unstable financial structure. Professor Basic, Professor Đurić, are you here with us? Okay, well, hopefully they will show up in the meantime. And now we are going to introduce our presenters from Nigeria, Professor Tolulope Tis-Osinubi from Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife in Nigeria, Professor Adedoyin Ajayi, Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Nigeria, and Olufemi Osinubi, Department of Hospitality, Leisure and Tourism Management, the Federal Polytechnic Ede, Osun State, Nigeria, and Clemento Olanei, Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Nigeria. And our presenters will be giving us a talk on the topic, a new institution into tourism inclusive growth nexus in Turkey and Nigeria from 1995 to 2018.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, can you see my screen?
It says that you have just started screen sharing.
Okay, can you see it?
We don't need the presentation though. Oh, now we can. Now we can see it.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dr. Tolulope Osinubi from Obafemi Awolowo University, and I'm here to present a paper titled A New Intuition into Tourism Inclusive Growth Nexus in Turkey and Nigeria between 1995 and 2018. Sorry, the table of content.
Put your camera on.
Is that?
Before
the
you.
Camera.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Let me do that.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm trying to do that. Okay.
Okay, we can see you now. Thank you.
So I'm looking for my screen now. Sorry.
Okay, and Professor Maskilo send you his regards.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm trying to show my screen. Okay. All right, thank you. The presentation is outlined as follows. We'll be talking about the introduction, followed by review of 16 literature, then the methodology adopted for this study. Then finally, we'll talk about the conclusion, which include the findings, implications, and recommendations. The introduction. Tourism, the argument in the literature is that tourism contributes positively to economic growth. And tourism has been discovered to be a tool for foreign exchange inflows. It has been responsible for spurring competition through new investment in infrastructure and so on.
So for tourism, it contributes majorly to three economic agents, that is, we have the individuals, the firms, and the government. To individuals, it helps in generating employment opportunities, and to firms, it helps to develop sectors such as transport, technology, and innovation through leakages effects. Then it helps in boosting the income of various firms. And lastly, to the government, it helps in raising revenue through taxes, and it helps in increasing the GDP of any economy. Then, looking at tourism in Nigeria and Turkey, the study is based on Nigeria and Turkey, and the reason for choosing the two countries is because they are mint countries, according to Jim O'Neill of Goldman Sachs in 2011. And these mint countries are coming together because of their similar characteristics, such as high growth rate potentials. So in these studies, we are making use of Nigeria and Turkey from the mint countries because Nigeria is said to be the worst economy in terms of tourism performance, while Turkey is the best performing economy in terms of tourism performance. And that is why we are choosing Nigeria and Turkey from the mint countries. For instance, now the tourism contribution to Nigeria's GDP has been small, with the figure reducing from 4.9% in 2005 to 2.7% in 2014. Also, Yusuf and Aide 2015 point to the fact that an expected growth rate of 6.1% is expected annually from 2014 to 2020 in terms of Nigerian tourism contributions to economic growth. Then for Turkey, it has been fared considerably better because the Turkey policy in 2023 pointing to an expected 63 million tourists and $86 billion foreign tourist income. So we can see that Nigeria is the worst performing economy when it comes to tourism performance, and Turkey is the best performing economy among the mint countries. At the mint countries, we have the Mexico, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Turkey. So we can see the figure in Turkey. The tourism receipts in 2013 was 39.7 million, and in 2018 it grew to 41.1 million, and in 2019 to 51.8 million. And Nigeria in 2005, the contribution of tourism to GDP was 4.9%, as said earlier on, and it reduced to 2.7% in 2014. And it is expected that the tourism receipts in Nigeria will rise to 6.1% in 2020. So these are the reasons why we chose Turkey and Nigeria among the mint countries. So let's look at the relationship between tourism and inclusive growth. External studies has focused mainly on economic growth and not inclusive growth. So why inclusive growth? This study deviates from Western studies by focusing on inclusive growth rather than economic growth. And this is because inclusive growth is more encompassing than economic growth. And also inclusive growth is seen as growth that is beneficial to all. That is, it is a growth whose dividends are fairly shared among the citizens. So this is the reason why we are choosing inclusive growth and not just ordinary economic growth, because inclusive growth is beneficial to all. Then the review of the 16 studies, we have different opinions from the literature. We have, let me use the word hypothesis now. We have the tourism-led growth hypothesis, we have the conservation hypothesis, we have the feedback hypothesis, and we have the neutrality hypothesis according to the extant studies. For the tourism-led hypothesis, is based on the idea that tourism drives economic growth. That is, tourism contributes positively to economic growth. And this view is supported by several papers such as Atemi J. et al. 2014, Jackman 2012, and so on. And for the conservation hypothesis, it means that it is economic growth that is driving tourism. And this is supported by the studies of Jackman and Law 2012, Zumba et al. 2019, Atemi J. et al. 2014 and Fury 2016. And for the next hypothesis, which is the feedback hypothesis, it means that there is a causal relationship between tourism and economic growth. That is, tourism can actually influence economic growth, and at the same time, economic growth can influence tourism. And this view is supported by Curtis, Jimenez, and Polina 2006, Zumba et al. 2019, Drit, Sakis 2012, and Fury 2016, among others. And lastly, in the literature, we have the neutrality hypothesis, which says that there is no relationship between tourism and economic growth. That is, tourism cannot affect economic growth, and at the same time, economic growth cannot affect tourism. And this view is supported by Curtis, 2009, Fury 2016, and so on. So the methodology, for the purpose of achieving the aim of these studies, which is to know the kind of relationship that exists between tourism and economic growth, we use the bootstrap simulation method with leverage adjustments. And the reason for this is because the method enables us to examine the asymmetric relationship between tourism and inclusive growth in Mexico, in Nigeria, and Turkey, in the sense that it enables us to divide inclusive growth into positive and negative shocks, and also tourism into positive and negative shocks. Based on the data, all the data are sourced from the World Bank World Development Indicators, and we have our international tourist arrivals as a measure of tourism, international tourism expenditure also as a measure of tourism, international tourism receipts also as a measure of tourism. And we generated an index from the three measures of tourism measured above in order to use as a measure of tourism again. Then inclusive growth, based on some studies like Ainde and Ebuko and Aremo 2017, we use the GDP per person employed in constant 2017 PPP to measure our inclusive growth. From the estimations, we find the following. In Turkey, the result shows that there is no evidence of asymmetric causality between tourism and inclusive growth, where there is evidence of symmetric causality running from tourism to inclusive growth in Turkey. So this means that the positive shock or negative shock of tourism are not affecting inclusive growth, while there is evidence of symmetric causality running from tourism to inclusive growth in Turkey. That is, tourism can actually influence inclusive growth in Turkey. On the other hand, in Nigeria, there is neither symmetric or asymmetric causal relationship between tourism and inclusive growth in Nigeria. So what is the implication of these findings now? From the results gotten, the following can be implied from the study. In Turkey, we found no evidence of asymmetric causality, implies the presence of neutrality hypothesis. So looking at the positive shock and the negative shock of tourism and inclusive growth in Turkey, we found that there is evidence of neutrality hypothesis. That is, tourism is not affecting inclusive growth, and inclusive growth also is not affecting tourism. Also, we found the presence of symmetric causality running from tourism to inclusive growth, point to presence of tourism-led growth hypothesis in Turkey. So when we use the data as it were, then we found the presence of symmetric causality running from tourism to inclusive growth. But in Nigeria, we found neither symmetric nor asymmetric causality, which implies the presence of neutrality hypothesis. That is, tourism is not affecting inclusive growth, and inclusive growth also is not affecting tourism. And this points to the fact that Nigeria is the worst performing economy among the Mint countries, and the evidence in Turkey also shows that Turkey is the best performing economy among the Mint countries. So we will recommend that the tourism sector in both countries, that is in both countries, especially Nigeria, should be repositioned for better performance and effectiveness in stimulating inclusive growth. Both Nigeria and Turkey, that is both countries, should implement policies that will stimulate their tourism sectors for a larger and more significant contribution to real GDP. And lastly, the tourism sectors in both nations should be included in national development plans in order to ensure positive economic shocks to tourism have a wider effect on the economy. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tolulupe. Now, moving on to our discussion section. Are there any questions? Okay. Up next, we've got Professor Maidili Koloru, and as well as her co-author, Professor Kumutha Krishnan, from Professional Studies and Undergraduate Department, College of Banking and Financial Studies, Muscat, Oman, and Professor Shyam Kumar Koloru, Manager Sales and Marketing at Global Computer Services, Muscat, Oman. And our presenters are going to give us a talk on the topic, post-COVID-19 work strategies and implications, insight on Indian IT sector. Okay, so professors, you have the floor.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, can I able to share the screen because the previous screen should be unscared.
Okay, yes, so we were just, yeah, Professor Tololope, would you mind stopping sharing your screen now?
I've done that. Let me see. Okay, I've seen it. Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Right, can you all see the screen now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. Professor Maitri Koloru, Mr. Shyam Kumar Koloru, and myself, Kumudha, will be presenting post-COVID-19 COVID strategies, work strategies and implication, insight on Indian IT sectors. Let me take you through the overview of a study. As we all know, the outbreak of novel coronavirus and the lockdown that has been imposed by the countries all around the world have hit hard on businesses, where the businesses have to rethink on their work strategies. They have to move from their traditional work strategies, which is work from office. So the purpose of this study is to understand the implication of the novel work strategies that are being implemented by the IT companies in India to ensure their employee safety as well as without disrupting their client deliverables. So we have taken top 8 Indian IT companies for this study, and our results indicates that remote work strategies that were adopted by these companies, selected companies, work from home and work from anywhere, had a positive impact on their financial and non-financial performance during the pandemic. And this had made them to work on future work strategies to have a long-term remote work programs. So let us have an introduction on the study. As I told, the novel coronavirus spread, which where the World Health Organization had declared the outbreak as a global pandemic on March 11, 2020. Because of that, many countries, including India, have gone for a complete lockdown, which has limited most of the businesses to adapt to a new work strategy. Right? So the government of India, when we take India, basically the government of India announced 21 days national-wide lockdown in March 25th, 2020, which had significantly impact mainly the Indian IT sector's work strategy, because immediately the resilience nature of the IT companies, they immediately shifted their 98% of their workforce to work from home or either a hybrid work environment. Not only that, the IT companies such as Tata Consultancy Services, Infosys, Wipro, and Tech Mahindra had allowed their employees working abroad, overseas in the overseas offices to fly back to India and work from home. So we have done a literature review. Around 70 sources were reviewed for our literature. Few of the literature reviews are presented here. So as per Chowdhury 2020, he told that he had stated that work from home is not a new concept. It was there since 1970 when the OPEC oil embargo caused the gasoline prices increase, where the businesses felt that transportation cost is high, where they tried to use this model of work from home for their few of their employees. Further, Deloitte 2020 states that the employees across the globe in current situation are satisfied and they are happy to invite the remote work model such as work from home. So also the 82% of the CEOs who have expressed the importance of this have been exposed the importance of this approach. They were also invited work from home to be in their part of their organization's work strategy. Therefore, company leaders should align their management practice. This is their time to align their management practice and organizational culture also to handle the risk and stress associated with the hybrid workforce strategy. One of the leading research company, Gartner, on their survey results identified not only COVID-19 that have pushed the work from home strategies. There are other factors such as where the companies can attract more talent to improve their productivity. Measures also help to bring back this work from home model intensively in organizations. Further, the research conducted by BCG Global, the result says, again in USA, Germany, and India, the surveys have indicated that there is a significant preference shift among employees globally for remote work models such as work from home or work from anywhere. But however, Donnelly and Proctor Thompson's 2015 have stated that an increase in work from home approach will impact individual health due to continuous exposure to digital device, which also has to be taken into consideration. So these are few of our literature review. And our objective of studies, we have two objectives. Our studies was based on two objectives. One was to explore the hybrid workplace strategy adopted by the selected Indian IT companies in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. And the second objective was to understand the organizational, employees, economical implications, which have been created by these hybrid work strategies that have been selected by the Indian IT companies. Let us move on to the methodology. We have, as I told, we have selected top 8 Indian IT companies, which are Tata Consulting Services, Infosys, Wipro, Tech Mahindra, HCL Technology, Redington, Larsen Stobro, and Mindtrees, which was selected based on the Statistical Yearbook 2019 published by Electronic Computer Software Export Promotional Council of India. And also we have done our primary studies by having a qualitative interviews with 30 information technology professionals in the selected IT companies who are working in Bangalore region. Not only that, an exhaustive review of periodical articles, seminar papers, books, edited volumes, and web resources were also used to collect secondary data. And also several reports and financial statements that have been issued by the selected companies were used to systematically analyze their financial indicators that had gauged the impact of new work strategies. Let me take you through a brief overview of the Indian IT sector. As we all know, the Indian IT sector is continuing to be a global leader in computer software and information and communication service providers. So the Indian information technology sector has grown to become one of the pillars of India. It contributes around 10% of the country's GDP. The government has identified IT sector as one of the 12 champion service sector. So the 8 selected companies were from the higher revenue creators of the IT sector market, which is the from the IT service industry. Now, my co-author, Mr. Shyam Koluru, will be presenting you all the analysis and discussions. Over to you, Mr.
Thank you, Madam Kumada. I hope I'm audible to you. All,
yes.
Yeah. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, analysis and discussion. Yeah. So the top 8 IT companies, in terms of the revenue, were tabulated into this table, and the study primarily focused on the company strategies. What were the primary strategies in terms of making sure that the client deliverables were met? Tata Consultancy Services came up with a secured borderless workplace. What they mean by that is they wanted to ensure that their client promises in terms of deliveries and deliverables were addressed by their employees in spite of wherever they would be working from. So once they tasted success on the secure borderless workplaces, they arrived at a model which is called 25-25, indicating that 25% of the employees can work from the office. However, at no point in time, no employee will spend more than 25% of their working hours in the office. This typically indicates that in a month, an employee only visits an office for 1 week. So this 25-25 model set up by Tata Consultancy Services worked for them. Infosys indicated to their employees that 33% of workforce to work from home permanently. It doesn't matter to them whether it is during the pandemic, post-pandemic. They said they have identified 33% can work from home, 66% to work on a flexible model, which is hybrid, which is both work from home as well as work from office. Wipro started reskilling their workforce because Wipro, having their large learning management systems, ensured that they are in a position to reskill and made sure that their employees are in a position to meet the client deliverables. Tech Mahindra said 93% to work from home. The long run plan is work from home combined with work from anywhere strategy is something which Tech Mahindra wanted to incorporate. HCL Technologies indicated that 76% of India-based employees and 92% of their global-based employees have adopted work from home strategies. And then they indicated that the reporting would be once in a week. Redington also went by some partial rotation or attendance to offices. And Larsen Toubro, they have launched a return to work program in a phased manner. Mindtree indicated that this is not something new for them. Work from home, they have been practicing it for a while. Next slide, please. Yeah. So here the workplace strategies in terms of during the pandemic, which is 2019, and post-pandemic, which is the current time, the percentage shift is indicated of these 8 companies. 96% was during the pandemic working from home, and 75% is the current times, which is in the year 2021. That's for TCS. Likewise with other companies, Infosys 98 to around 50%. Wipro 98% shift to 25%. And then you go all the way to Mindtree. It is from a 99% of work from home, they have moved on to 50% work from home in the current times. Next slide, please. Yeah. So as we have noticed in the previous slides, work from home or work from anywhere is something which is adopted by almost all the companies to meet their client deliverables. Then the implications of our study included 3 factors. One is organization, the other is economic, and the third one is employees. So as we can see on screen here, Organization implications indicated that there was a steady revenue growth and there were operational savings, increase in employee satisfaction because employees were given flexible hours or flexible timesheet management, which worked out for them. Reduction of carbon footprint because less number of vehicles are used for commute, and employers also found the fact that their reach to hire global talent workforce is increased. There are two points which is mentioned. HCL encouraged something called comeback to hometown program, which is allowing their employees to work from their hometown rather than their current location. TCS 25-25 model, which we have seen in the previous slides. Next one, please. Yeah, the revenue comparison from 2020, which has seen the major hit, from the pandemic, and also 2021, the current year. The revenues have increased, as you can see, but more striking, what we would like to indicate to you is in 2021, the first 3 quarters have already seen 77% of their current revenues of TCS being already achieved. Infosys being 94% already achieved. Tech Mahindra 76% already achieved. So the financial year being 2021 in comparison to 2020 is something which is indicated. And then the last column, which indicates that the percentage of revenue of the first 3 quarters of 2021 compared to the financial year 2020. So that much percentage of the revenue is achieved from a methodology which is to do with work from home or work from anywhere for all those companies, indicating that the pandemic pushing people to work from home did not deter in terms of the revenue projections and achievements. Next one, please. Revenues from operations point of view is indicated in this slide, and then as you can see, there is a quite significant percentage increase in the last 5 years, 2016 onwards to 2020. The revenues of these companies have kept on increasing, even though the last but one column, which is the 2019, has a global pandemic, but the revenues kept on increasing for TCS and also with the other IT companies. This is all the numbers indicated in Indian rupees billion. So 1,569 billion Indian rupees is what TCS has achieved in terms of the revenue when compared to their previous year, which is 1,400. So likewise with other companies, you can see none of the companies have reported a dip in their revenue in terms of the moving of the operations from offices to work from home. Next one, please. So we are trying to understand the implications of the work from home strategies, and one of the striking implications from these work from home strategies is the cost savings. As you can see, TCS, with a number of employees around 500,000, close to 500,000, there is a cost saving per year indicated in US dollars, which is $3,700 million. Because of these work from home strategies adopted by these top 8 companies, one of the implications what they have experienced or what they have reported for themselves is a striking percentage on operational expenses going down. Infosys reported $933 million of cost saving per year as well, likewise with other companies. This is one of the striking implications on the cost reduction, which has found out, which we as authors have found out from our study. Next one, please. One of the other implications is the economic implications, wherein most of the employees are encouraged to work from their hometown or anywhere. That resulted in a shift from an urban economy moving towards a town economy, towards a small town. Increase in number of small towns being prosperous because there is a rotation of cash and there is a lot of spending which is moving from cities to towns. consumption patterns have increased. Change in consumption patterns is something which is a behavioral change, which is an effect from a pandemic. Increase in women participation. What companies have noticed is this work from home has given a small window for them, looking towards women also to contribute as a workforce wherein they can work from anywhere. Impact, like other sectors like transportation, retail spending, and real estate, is also an economic implication which is indirect. And then increase in sales of digital tools because of this connectivity is required for employees to work from anywhere. They needed these tools. Next one, please. Increase in women workforce, which is what we have indicated in the previous slides. Most of these companies have explored that option, and they have indicated that about 36% of their workforce is women when compared to the previous years. That percentage of women working in their employee payroll is increasing when compared to the previous years. So this is an increased shift, which is an implication from our study, and this is resulting because the companies are encouraging people to work from anywhere. Women gets the advantage towards this, and the percentage shift of the various companies, which is all the way to Mindtree, 32%. So every year, which is when compared to 2019, 20, 21, there is a percentage shift in the increase of women workforce. And this is also one of the implications. Next one, please. Yeah, as part of the methodology, there are 30 IT professionals who are given a qualitative methodology, meaning we made phone calls to these people and then we try to understand what are their preferences. 70% indicated work from home, 30% indicated work from anywhere is something which they would prefer. And then they also indicated that their organizations have provided digital environment solutions. Not only collaborative tools, we all are using these tools. Right now, this whole platform, Zoom, is being used for our conference full day. Likewise, employees contributing for their work deliverables are using the various tools like Zoom or Microsoft Teams or Google Meet, by this time we are all used to this anyway. More to do with the company specific tools, because companies are measured by their clients on service level agreements. They're also measured by their clients on KPIs. In order for the companies to meet their KPIs, they would request their employees to use these tools, which are very specific to their nature of business, but ensuring the client deliverables are met. So these are some of the things which we have noticed from our study and from our primary findings by interviewing these professionals. Some challenges also in terms of childcare, because the work has gone to homes, indicating that the work has taken the space of the children. So there are some challenges for employees to manage their childcare, household, aging parents. These are some of the challenges indicated by the employees. However, they have embraced the fact that work-life balance is much better. They're able to spend time more with their families, and they're also able to enjoy their flexible working hours. Next one, please. Yeah, I would like to request Dr. Maithili Kolluru, one of our co-authors in this presentation, in this paper, to take us towards the conclusion and then the findings and then the scope for the next study. Over to you, Dr. Maithili.
Thank you, Shyam. To conclude with our paper, what we did is we studied the Indian IT sector, and we realized that they have adopted this model to a larger extent, and they proved to be quite successful. So we wanted to share that information with the rest of the world. Now, when you see the research highlights that Ms. Kumuda and Mr. Shyam have highlighted, it clearly shows that digital platforms are working out, like we ourselves are on this platform, which shows that we are able to use it productively. And there are certain specific technologies that they have used, each company. These are the top 8 companies in India. considering that India is one of the world's emerging economies, and it is it's a very large democracy with a lot of infrastructural challenges, etc. But still, they were able to use it. So we wanted to present what were the platforms that they worked on, like the secured borderless workplace, Wipro's Virtua Desk, managed workforce, some specific terminology, which the paper has gone into much more detail. So I won't be getting into that now. We also identified that the hybrid work strategies help the companies to get some benefits in terms of steady growth. The graphs have clearly shown that there hasn't been a decrease in the revenue because of the adoption of the work from home model. But we are talking about the work from home model. We haven't touched upon the other areas. But still, the work from home model did not bring any revenue down. Of course, it has an impact in terms of carbon footprint, no commute, access to global talent, etc., which they have already discussed. So I would like to conclude that the work from home strategy has worked and is working for the country right now at the moment. We go on to look, Kumuda, next slide, please. Yeah. We go on to look at the limitations. The main limitation of our study is that the pandemic is still going on. When I say the work from home model or the work from anywhere strategy of work strategies, which are working right now as we speak, this research is very much live and alive for maybe the next couple of years. So the pandemic is an ongoing phenomenon, and the hybrid model we are adopting now is in the nascent stage. Agree that in 1970 it was used, and many other companies across the world have used it earlier, but it is like a like a backup kind of a plan B strategy, where if I have an emergency, I don't mind working from home. But moving forward, this could be the way the world is going to work. Another limitation of our study is that we have looked only at the Indian IT sector. So that is one limitation. So maybe there is a scope for other scholars and researchers to look at other sectors, expand, even we could expand our scope and compare it with other sectors wherever it is possible. Or you could look at another country and see, let's say, how did Germany's IT sector do in comparison to another. So it's better to compare countries which are at the same economic level of development. So if you're looking at India, you could compare it with another emerging economy like China. And if you're looking at Germany, which is a developed country, maybe you can compare it with Sweden, which is much more developed in the Europe region. So there is scope to do further research also. And our study also looked at only 30 primary data. So there is scope to expand it within India. You can look at different IT zones. You can also expand it to other sectors. But what we would like to say is the model is quite successful as of now. Moving forward, how it is going to be, what will be the challenges that people are going to face. Now it is still new, so we are all enjoying it. We are enjoying the freedom that we get at home. Maybe after working from 2 years, I don't think we will be able to say this, or whether or not it's also something we need to do further research. For ourselves, we are very much interested in this topic, and we plan to do more research and add more value in the same area of upcoming, the new normal work strategies. I thank you all for your patient listening. Kumuda, next slides, please. These are some of the references that we have used, and we thank you all for your patient listening. If you have any questions, the floor is open. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this elaborate and wonderful presentation. Now, do we have any questions? Okay. Now, dear professors, we've reached the concluding session of our today's conference. On behalf of Professor Zoran Mastila and Oikos Institute, we would like to thank you for participating, taking part in today's conference, for publishing your papers and presenting them to your fellow colleagues. We are of the opinion that we've had a rather successful and productive conference today, both in terms of overall quality of papers, as well as their relevance to the topic of discussion. We would like to thank everyone once again, and we are hoping to collaborate as well as strengthen and extend our cooperation in the years to come. And that being said, we would now like to give the floor once again to Professor Andrei Niemets, as well as Professor Petr Jukic, for some concluding notes and closing remarks about our today's conference. So, Professor Niemets, the floor is yours.
If you don't mind, if we all can switch on our cameras, we can take a group photo in the end as well.
I guess that would be a nice idea.
Maybe in some countries, people are already having a heavy lunch and a siesta. We don't want to disturb them, but whoever is present and want to show their photo, we don't mind.
Okay, thank you for the group photograph. Okay, so we would like to give the floor once again to Professor Petr Jukic for some concluding notes and closing remarks. Professor Jukic, are you with us?
Hi, I'm here.
Hey, thank you. You have the floor.
We are near of the finish.
Yes.
It's good, but it's not good that some people are not disciplined. I can notice that African people is most disciplined in update meeting, in the, not European, not even not representatives of Balkan countries. All we are some kind of hosts in this meeting. I would like to thank you, all of you, and ask if Mr. Thomas Gilpatrick is there. Thomas, if you're here, please call, give the sign. Okay, no, it's not. Andrzej Niemets maybe will come until the finished. I presented some interesting of 3 minutes concluding remarks, but I quit because I think we will or we should componize these concluding remarks as thesis of this and messages from this meeting and sent to all of you in one page. It is, I think that the results of these meetings are very interesting because maybe this is one of the first, I hope, post-COVID international or global meetings on this subject. So we are maybe we are looking forward to meet each other next year. I hope that I can see you in post-pandemic, all in post-pandemic, in the center of the Balkans, in Sarajevo, wonderful, beautiful old town from ex-Yugoslavia. It could be super if we all can hold each other in Sarajevo, see Sarajevo, and directly discuss about this points of view from today to this moment in Sarajevo next year, in finished of May next year. And in sense of that idea, I prepare 2 minutes yet. One music greetings for you, and best wishes for all of you to meet each other. Now it's time to change our world, our mind, and sing together one song. It's now or never. Come hold me tight, kiss me, my darling, be mine tonight. Tomorrow will be too late. Kiss me, my darling, my love won't wait. It is one priestly song, but not pure priestly songs. We have not here presenting Italian colleague, but it is Italian song, the old song. Mana tu sole, più bello in oh sole mio, sta in fronte a te, oh sole mio, sta in fronte a te, sta in fronte a te, sta in fronte a te, sta in fronte a te. Wonderful, please, colleague Sian Koluri, join me, please. I prepare one Polish song, but Niemiec is not here. I'm sorry. One Russian song, or several Russian songs. One French, one Algerian from Enrico Macias. He sang in French, but he was he is yet one wonderful Algerian singer. In the name of the future, of the normal future in Sarajevo next meeting, I would like to greet all of you. I kiss you all and hold you next year in Sarajevo. Bye.
Bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you
Let's
for
all
the
give it up
song.
to
Thank you for the farewell.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, Professor Niemiec, are you with us? We would like you to give us some of your concluding notes and remarks.
It is a great opportunity to learn something more because from my point of view, we were locked down not only in case of COVID, but also it was a kind of lockdown in our minds. And now this conference is a great opportunity to open our minds for other countries, for other situations, and for new solutions. And this is a great opportunity, and this is the first conference with optimistic accent. So it was a great pleasure for me. I didn't prepare a song, sorry, but I have sing with you, but my microphone was off. Thank you very much for being with you. I hope we will meet on the place next time, on the next conference. And I wish you all all the best. And I think we have a great opportunity to learn the situation, what it is now, what it could be in the future. So not waste this knowledge and be prepared for the next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Niemitz. Okay, once again, on behalf of Professor Maskilo, we would like to thank you all for your wonderful papers, your wonderful presentations. And everything regarding our today's conference will be published on the internet and will be available to each of you to download and have a look at everything. And we are hoping that next year we'll get to see each other face to face. Okay, so we love you all and thank you very much. Take care and goodbye, and see you next year.
See you.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you from
Thank you.
Nigeria.
See you next year.
Thank you from the UK.
Bye-bye.
Bye, 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 UK.